Doge, I have the tools you need to succeed. No, it doesn't. You're fucking idiot. And as always, remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. See if we can buy a new body piece, because the body is the only thing at the moment that we need to replace. Easy, bitch. The Faradun shall fall! Oh shit, I got hit by that. That was bad. I think we're good. We're gonna stun him. He's dead. Dead. I didn't even get to the hard one and it's still trying to fucking kill me with fucking RNG. Like, he shouldn't be able to do that. So bullshit. And I forgot to charge. Oh my god, and I jumped out of it. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! It is what it is. Let's get her done. New character. We got the Sorceress going now. And we're gonna do it as a no trade. Alright, here we go. Let's see how we can do the Miller. If he's gonna be a hard fight or not. Ooh. Oh god. Oh, perfect timing to stun him. Oh god. Nice. Yeah, just do this one last thing and then I'll give you everything that you promised. Oh, I'm sorry, just do this one last thing and then I'll give you everything that I promised. Oh, please, just do this one last thing and then I'll give you everything that I promised. Oh, please, just do this one last thing and then I'll give you the power. I swear, I'll give you the power if you just do this one tiny last thing. Feed this soul to the beast. And then afterwards, feed yourself to the beast. He's not doing the thing. Man, he didn't do the thing where he does like the mist. Oh man, I thought I was gonna die there. Laura Jordan, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the follow, good sir. How is it going? We're trying our first challenge run because we got bored. So we're and Fireball's not till level 31. So we're like, well, let's just use staff skills and see how good staff skills are. Because I remember freezing shard being really good when I was using it on my witch. And yeah, it is really good. We just need a better wand. What level are we? 18? We could use the other wand with the level 6 skill, but this is a level 9 skill right now. Do you play Path of Exile, Laura? Let me guess. You're a graphic designer, and you want me to buy your art. Is going good, by the way? Yes, it is going good. You are first follow of the day. That's good. Dead. Full charge up? Oh my god, that's insane. It only did 400 damage. Because, like, none of the fireballs hit. So close. Okay, I just need to kill him. Holy shit. Yeah, this character's borked though. Fuck it. I'm done with it. I tried. Insert 3 fates to unlock the door to the Trailmaster? What are fates? Cowardly fate. Oh, I didn't know there was like an extra thing. Everything ready for tomorrow. So, remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. And he doesn't have a body. So it's just kind of the arms, and he's got like his flapping gullet. Kind of just chilling there. Any of these come kind of close. Calyx more. Yo, 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 boys, we back. How's it going? Oh. Ooh, we back to react. So we'll do some exposition and then empires. How they fall and how do they work. But unfortunately we didn't get the audio that we needed. Never got a response from the guy. So it is what it is. Not my project, his project. I'm just there to edit. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. It's been 2 weeks though since the last episode. So I'm like, you want to be consistent. It's kind of the whole point. Being consistent. But that's what we're trying to do, man. We haven't missed a day in, I think, a month now. I think that's pretty decent. It's actually mad impressive. Being that consistent. Like I said, I enjoy it. It's, at this point, it's second nature. Like I said, like the first 6 months was just getting comfortable. Just literally being comfortable in my skin. Getting used to it. And then everything after that was like, okay, let's fucking What are the points? What are the beats we need to hit? Consistency, minimum time requirement, consistently non-consistent content. Rolling back around to a few things for series and options and world building and everything, but overall trying to keep the steady flow of content different. Even with the same like Reddit stories and AI stories and writing and stuff like that, even with Monster Hunter, it's like a month and a half, everything's going to pretty much be in a different spot than it is now. That's the hope. Oh, and check this out. So we put up a random story. Apparently, God damn it. Fucking hell. I just want to fucking highlight this. There we go. No, I don't want to click on it, you piece of shit. Oh. 506 views in like 3 hours? So apparently Vikings are popular. Because nothing hit even near that amount. But the second it had Vikings in it, they're like, ooh, Vikings! So I guess Vikings are big. But that's just on shorts. Because it hasn't followed up with any views on the actual video. But we got a bunch of them up. So we're up to 50 videos total now. Which is not bad. It's only 25 stories, but you know. It is what it is. So, without further ado, the second video on exposition and seeing how caught up we are with this. Notes on exposition. Wait, we already have notes on this, don't we? Hold on 1 second. I should have notes on 1. Maybe it was so early I wasn't taking notes at that point in time. Okay. Notes on exposition. Alright, let us begin.
About how to communicate exposition. We do this through the unknowledgeable perspective character, making it interesting with narrative payoffs, blending it with characterization, conflict, and environmental descriptions. Really recommend that you go check that out before going into this video. There's a link up in the corner of the screen. But often a more critical question is what information actually needs to be delivered. This is one thing that those who have a slight addiction to world building sometimes struggle with. The writers who build elaborate, intricate worlds where they know the complex ins and outs of their magic system, their politics, their religions, economy, society, and everything else down to the letter. Which is great, but it can be tempting to include everything, to communicate it all, because you want your reader to experience all of this fascinating stuff that you've put together. And that's understandable, but part of the exposition problem is that not all of this is important or interesting to the reader. So it's critical to understand this. Not every part of your world building needs to be explicitly communicated. So what do we need to actually include? One of the only types of truly necessary exposition when it comes to your complex world building is problem-solving exposition. This is the crucial information that will play a major role in the development or resolution of the conflict. The clearest example of this is Isaac Asimov's 3 Rules of Robotics. introduced in its short story Runaround. The reader knowing these rules is critical to them understanding the development of the tension in the story, and it's also critical to understanding how that tension is resolved when the robot known as Speedy acts in accordance with the first law over the second and the third laws. In the Mortal Engines, it's not really explained how the 60-minute war destroyed the world, because while it may be an important part of its world building, it's not an important element of the narrative conflict. Sometimes background world building information is best used as knowledge that the author can draw on when they need to in creating a consistent and complex world for the reader. However, parts of your world building that are also problem solving and being used to resolve or build tension in the narrative, if character will do action X to resolve the plot, then the reader needs to understand why that works within your world building.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be like that in the book where it's like, the only reason you really need to know how the moon was pulled out of the sky is because eventually they're going to fight the diamond weapon. And that's going to be like one of their other trump cards. It's like, oh, well, hey, we have the diamond weapon on our side now, because once they defeat it, they reprogram it to be on their side. So then it's like it's another weapon that they're going to go up against the Monarch for. So it's like using his own technology and weaponry against him, even though it's not really going to work. But it's still like... And then they wind up using the gravitic weapon on the sun. So it's important to know how powerful the weapon is when it's used on a celestial basis. Because they're going to use the energy of that to transfer Gaia's consciousness into Anima. And so I guess the exposition for that would be knowing how consciousness works, and that all consciousness flows from Gaia, and Gaia is the source, as well as a universal consciousness that Gaia flows from. So overall, it's like sections of partitioned consciousness. And she explains this. They talk about the Combine arriving and the 7-hour war, but there's no real detail. The most detail you get is that Breen negotiated a peace deal where the Combine have totalitarian rule over humanity. Kind of like a surrender. Combine, like the machine, not the verb. Combine. Yeah. Makes sense. But knowing how consciousness works is not only fundamental to the problem solving, it's fundamental to how the magic system works, and how the world is, and how communication works. So that'll all just be woven in. I'm trying to think of something that I need to expressly, like, tell the reader. I don't think they're really, like, the world's built in a way that isn't necessary. To just blatantly be like, oh, by the way, the tree is made out of crystal. It's like, well, yeah, but if you know what a crystal is just a pattern that repeats itself continuously. And in a lot of, like yeah, organic crystal growth, a complex process, involves a hierarchical self-assembly where molecules initially form disordered stacks, which then optimize, rigidify, and interact to form crystalline domains that further evolve via molecular addition and crystal fusion. So it's basically like it just builds itself on itself continuously, and that's why the tree is always continuously getting bigger and bigger. And that's one of the problems that they think they might face down the road, or at least it's like one of the options for it, is like the tree is getting too big, and it's like getting to the point where it's going to topple over or something like that. But the world ends basically before that happens. But problem solving, like, maybe I guess like how the political structure works, but even then, it's like most of it's just like it doesn't require like a deep dive into it. You can just offhandedly mention things here and there to put things into perspective and context, but they should be self-explanatory on their own. In anything that's like either a reference to something that's in real life or something that's Final Fantasy.
The resolution to conflict more satisfying. In The Lord of the Rings, Gandalf's magic isn't usually explained because it's not often used to solve problems, and where it is, it comes with a great cost. The Fellowship loses Gandalf to the Balrog. Explaining this wouldn't actually create a more satisfying resolution to the obstacles that the Fellowship faces in the story. In contrast, Brandon Sanderson spends pages of Mistborn just explaining his magic system because it plays such a critical role in how the conflict is resolved. If you want more information on writing magic systems, then I recommend you check out my 3-part series that
Already
got
watched
the On
those.
Writing series started in the first place. An example of bad magic system exposition is this moment in Star Wars The Phantom Menace.
I've been wondering, what are midichlorians?
Midichlorians are a microscopic life form that resides within all living cells. And we are symbionts with them. Life forms living together for mutual advantage. They continually speak to us, telling us the will of the Force.
The problem here is that knowing this element of the magic system, the Force, doesn't help understand the problems that are solved later on in the story, so it feels out of place. This is also an example of the unknowledgeable perspective character, Anakin, who is meant to be asking the questions that the viewer would.
What are midichlorians? They live inside me. Symbionts.
But the problem is, no viewer is asking this question. Nextly, it can be, but isn't always, important to communicate exposition that explains why characters make the decisions that they do. This is most commonly in the form of backstory that we don't see.
That's what the entire first chapter is, because one scene will be him watching an event happen on the screen. Then the next scene will be a reaction of him to what's happening on the screen, connecting him to the people on the screen to give the reader the knowledge that these people were integral to Husai's life. And a decision that he made put him where he is and not where they are. That's the one thing I really need to, like, portray in exposition in the first chapter. Is the reason why this is so significant for Husai to find this video. And for someone to have had this and obviously have placed it there at this so crucial moment of the inauguration of a new viceroy. It's like all the wheels of the story begin in the first chapter, and they all meet back at the first chapter at the end of the book.
See in the narrative, past traumas or experiences that shift how they see the world. In Avatar: The Last Airbender, we see flashbacks of Zuko's banishment that explain why hunting the Avatar will get him his honor back, and also why he eventually chooses to help his crew members trapped in a storm rather than pursue Aang in this episode, making him more relatable and us sympathize with him. On a side note, where you do want to explore backstory, it can often be more compelling to write out the actual scene than to have them recount it to others storyteller style. The exception to this is that it's often more interesting to have a character whose background or reasons for acting are more mysterious or outside the perspective character's understanding. In Magic to the Bone by Devin Monk, the character Xavian has virtually nothing about their backstory ever revealed, and that mystery is used to keep them interesting, with characters unsure of whether or not they can trust them. The author might know the backstory of a character, but that doesn't mean that the reader has to know it. Mysterious characters can fuel intrigue in the story, like Snape, meaning this is exposition that doesn't necessarily need to be communicated immediately. In contrast, the backstories of characters like Zuko and Aang are shared in order to make them more relatable to the reader. However, some backstories neither make the characters more relatable or create intrigue, so sharing them may just be raw exposition that serves no real purpose in the narrative, meaning it may not need to be
I'd say an example of that is if like I was to explain Zayd's backstory. But that just happens like in the prologue, where it just kind of shows their connection and then the time when they're leaving the tree and Zayd tries to go with them. And Zai's like, no, stay here. It's safer. but explaining more of the backstory about Zaid and why he is the way that he is. 90% of D&D backstory info dumps. Yeah. So it's like, you don't really need to know, how, like, Zaid's an orphan. You don't need to know that. You don't even know anything about him, except he's extremely important to Husai, and he has some extremely important information and insight that has been ignored. And only by dying can Husai see that. So that point was to ask the reader, if Zaid never died, would Husai have ever figured this out?
Shared, even if the author knowing it helps them construct and write the character. But we're not done with this topic. We'll be talking a little bit more about backstory exposition and when you should share it and what that means for the story at this time. So,
or whereas, like, the Viceroy as well. Like, the Viceroy's backstory is never explained. It's only explained that he is basically only spent his entire life inside the tree because he was the firstborn. So some of the knowledge that he has seems to go beyond his own grasp, where Husai's like, how do you know this shit? And it's like, well, you know, when you're in politics and you're shit like this, sometimes, you know, this shit just kind of comes up. You come across things, like, you have, like, the ultimate clearance to everything. Sometimes you get bored, so you just look into stuff that you never really would think about. And he always has some sort of excuse for it. And it's like, why do you think I'm on this adventure in the first place? Like, I've always been fascinated by the Adventurers Guild and the idea of leaving the tree. And I literally planned this out so that it would work perfectly. And that's where something gets, you know, a little bit off about the Viceroy and how he talks to Husai and stuff like that. Because of the differing personalities. But you don't ever figure that out unless you're, like, spoiled.
skip towards this if you're really keen to watch that. Finally, the reality is that when it comes to what exposition you should share, it's that you are free to include any exposition about your world or story you like if that element is important to you. You need to write the story the way you want. That doesn't mean it'll be the most compelling information for the reader, but if it's important to you, then find a way to stick it in. Just try your best to do it well. The next point about exposition is this. Respect your audience. They're smart. A lot of good exposition tells the story implicitly through conflict and environmental descriptions. They can pick up that there are complex political factions at play from the propaganda about other parties. We know there was an apocalypse in the road from its ruined cities, or that a character was abused from the scars on their forearms. Even if they don't get the exact story that you have in mind, sometimes leaving a lot to ambiguity or reading between the lines gives the sense of a wider world to the reader, without having to fully explain it, and allowing the reader that creativity to imagine what it's like can make your world actually more immersive. And for our last question, when should you communicate exposition? Let's return to that point about backstories. So to clarify this point, whether you should reveal backstory is not a binary choice between intrigue and relatability. It's about when you reveal it. It's incredibly common for authors to reveal backstory, but to choose to do so later on in the story to build tension throughout it. For example, Remus Lupin is a werewolf, Snape loved Lily, and Dumbledore was power-hungry. These are three secondary characters whose backstories are revealed later on after tension builds up around them. You can do both, but there is a reason that it's more common to reveal the backstory of perspective characters earlier on. For example, there are no real surprises.
Well, like the Warriors of Light, when they come into the party, because they're going to be completely... Basically, they're going to present themselves as completely different people. But as soon as Husai figures it out, and the Viceroy basically says, alright, you're good. And it's like this unspoken thing between them because they think that Husai is their master, but it's actually the Viceroy who's their master. And I haven't quite figured out, like, when they turn. And it's like, is it during the fight? And they're just like, okay, well, we're getting decimated out here. But it's like, it's not really a fight. We could make it a fight. I don't know, though. We'll have to figure that out.
About Harry, Ron, or Hermione's history later on in the story. This is because revealing backstory exposition earlier on in the story is one method to help the reader empathize with the character. They get to know them better. This is most common with perspective characters like Aang. In contrast, revealing backstory later in the narrative, especially if you drop hints about it previously, helps
Like the connection between Gluttony and then talking about all of the characters from all of the main cities and how they, you know, Husai's old adventures before he became the leader of the Adventurers Guild, before he led the illusionary branch of the Magic Guild. So Husai's backstory is kind of going to be played out in the fact of, like, telling the reader what he is looking for and why he's searching for what he's searching for. Which is the truth about his identity and why he's different than everyone else. Why he is unique.
create intrigue in the narrative. This is most common with secondary characters like Snape, so it's about which one of those two factors you want to...
There's also like the backstory of like Hildebrandt and how she used to be, because at the beginning she's basically part of the three-man group of Walker, Yap, and Hildebrandt, and then after their encounter with Fafnir, she basically doesn't want to be an adventurer anymore. And she's always been a crafter on the side, but now her plan was to go back to the tree and basically retire and be a crafter. But with the adventurers being kicked out of the tree, she has to basically... she's just like, I'm just going to go wherever Sid goes, right? Which would be like the main forge in Ifrit, but that's nothing compared to what the forge is in the tree. The things that they'd be losing. And then them finding a Thomas, and then coming back, and then her fight with Fafnir, or their fight with Fafnir to get a Thomas's forge running. And during that time, it's like Husai spends a lot of time with her, just talking about the world and stuff like that. So there's a lot of exposition between their conversations about, and it's just Husai basically leaning on her shoulder, being like, these are the things that, you know, I've never told anyone else kind of idea. And I'm putting all my trust in you to see what your opinion is of these questions. And then again, that changes her perspective of thinking that he is this kind of arrogant, asshole-ish, like, he's only trying to relive his glory days because he's tired of being the leader, and he's skirting his responsibilities of being the bridge between the tree and the Adventurers Guild. And then eventually she turns to being, like, seeing him for, like, the burden that he's actually bearing, and that he's trying to show that even though, you know, at his age, he still can be, like, useful and not just, like, a bureaucrat sitting in a tree. And he's trying to show the adventurers that he's still there for them and his voice speaks for them. And he's showing it through his actions, not through how politicians speak, which is what he feared he would turn into, becoming the leader of the Adventurers Guild. And being that bridge between the Adventurers Guild and the crystalline tree.
Emphasize as to when you drop it. But as mentioned before, if a backstory doesn't really add to either of these, then maybe you don't need to share it at all. While characterization, environmental descriptions, and the conflict points we discussed last video are a great way to make exposition easy to digest, one extremely effective way to make exposition more memorable is with a plot twist. This can be done either before the exposition or after the exposition. One criticism of Inception is its expositional scene in which Ellen Page is just a stand-in for the viewer to understand how the dream world works. This is an example of the unknowledgeable perspective character we talked about before, and it's nearly 4 straight minutes of exposition, but it's curtailed by this moment.
How did you get here? We're dreaming.
Plot twists that demonstrate the exposition you've just read, or exposition that explains a plot twist they have just read, tie the exposition to a critical moment in the story or a distinct moment of imagery, like we see in Inception. It makes it more memorable than it...
And that's kind of like, I imagine this is like the chapter before the actual attack on Garuda. And it's like, they arrive in the city, and they're warning everyone that there's going to be an attack, right? And they're like, okay, well, we got to put up... But it's like, it's very leisurely in the fact of, they know that they're going to win. They're like, okay, well, we've got these defenses here and these defenses here. Like, we've got this wall, you know, we're literally like 20 feet off the edge of a cliff anyways, so it's like, what are they going to do, right? They're like trying to think of how the Beastmen are even going to attempt to assault the city. And they're basically going through how they're going to decimate the Beastmen lines, which is basically until the Beastmen breach the walls, there's no like tanks or melee lines. It's just ranged physical attackers and mages, and the ranges will be using rifts and fissures in order to facilitate the magic bursts, implosions from the mages. And you have like 10 times as many mages as you do, so it kind of sets up the idea of how a battle works. That's like, and then all of a sudden it's like the lake in the distance explodes and they're fighting tanks and airplanes and helicopters and a mysterious shadow creature that's a massive dragon in the sky that like Beastmen are literally jumping off of, and it's like these giant mech suits that are like space marine armor basically, and everyone's panicking and freaking out and they're trying to hold the lines, and it's just like this whole exposition of, okay, this is how the battle's gonna go, and then just complete and utter fucking chaos unleashed.
Otherwise would be, because the main feature of the scene isn't the exposition itself, but the demonstration of that exposition.
Yes.
A more subtle version of the plot twist method is to give the characters mistakes, such as in Interstellar. Brand passes comment on the mountains in the distance, but it's soon revealed that these are very much not mountains, but instead giant waves. The information we were led to believe is proven false through demonstration and makes the correct information more memorable. And here's where we need to talk about the first chapter. It can be tempting to start off with a grand exposition that beautifully lays out the history of your world and the setting of your beloved characters. And some great authors like Tolkien did precisely that. But the trend these days is against that sort of exposition dump. The reason is that it's difficult to care about a world, a society, or remember a magic system, unless the reader is given some context in which to care about it. We are immersed and remember things about the Shire through the experiences of Frodo. We care about the 100-Year War by seeing its consequences and how Katara and Sokka lost their mother. And we remember how the dream world works by seeing how it's used to set up conflicts or resolve them. Memorable and interesting exposition almost never exists in a vacuum. Because of this, it can be more effective to use the first chapter to establish an immersive context in which the exposition can be later introduced, rather than spouting the exposition itself.
True.
But lastly,
That's what we did,
spreading
or at least that's what we
exposition
tried
out
to do.
across the narrative and across multiple characters can help by avoiding huge chunks of informational text that halts the action. This makes it easier to digest. It creates a dimension of interaction between characters, opening it up more as a discussion with different perspectives perhaps, giving people different ways to phrase things or emphasize things, instead of it being read in a single tone, which can feel monotonous. So what has part 2 discussed today? Firstly, not all world building needs to be communicated, but it's important to communicate problem-solving exposition that controls tension in the narrative.
True.
This applies equally to magic systems. Secondly, it can be important to communicate exposition that explains why characters act a certain way to create relatable characters, but it can also be interesting to have a character with a mysterious background. Thirdly, respect your audience. They will read through the lines in your descriptions, interactions, and dialogue. That creativity can make the world more immersive. Fourthly, plot twists before or after the exposition are a great way to make the exposition more memorable. Fifthly, it's generally better to avoid first chapter exposition dumps, and rather to use the first chapter as
I think we got
means to
5 out of
establish
5
a
on
list
this
of
one, guys.
contexts in which the exposition can be given later. But that is all from me. If you like this sort of more educational content, then consider joining my Discord Patreon community for just a couple of dollars a month. We talk about world building, writing, and all that. It's great. Also, the midichlorians example is pretty bad, and I'm not even a prequels hater. I grew up on it. I have a weird place in my heart for them. Question of the day: what do you think is one of the best world build stories that is not well known? Quite obscure, perhaps. I'm really enjoying the world of Leviathan Wakes by James A. Corey, which we've
That's, why can I not think of the name? Not Foundation. The Expanse. The Expanse. There we go. Alright, so, Rise of an Empire. Let's see how... Well, first of all, let's see what our empire kind of looks like, right? So let's say notes on empires rising. And we have let's say a new outlook on life, i.e. moving to the surface. Let me see. War of domination to delete the lesser species. Creation of second and third races for as war machines. Nuclear option to pull the moon from the sky. Rewrite and erase history. Expand outside the tree via Adventurers Guild. Hold the beastman under the banner of the tree. Let's see how these points hold up.
Huh. So, remember how I said this would be a two-parter thing and we'd discuss how empires rise and fall in just one video? Well...
Wait, is this the second video? Oh, this is part 2. Never mind. This is part 1. My bad.
At last, the Dark Lord's evil empire has been established, and it shall last into eternity! Why? What do you mean, why?
Why would it last forever?
Because, well, we'll conquer everyone.
And everyone's just gonna, like, accept that?
Well, they'll play by the rules. No flag, no country.
And how do you stay in power exactly?
The power of fear.
Is that really an efficient long-term administration strategy? I mean, don't let me tell you how to do your job as Dark Lord, but have you ever considered a propaganda mill? People are surprisingly easy to convince. Or maybe an intermarital alliance?
Oh, well, I mean, we've
Do
considered...
you control the production of major resources?
Well, not exactly.
True.
Has the Dark Lord thought through this at all?
Well, he came up with the whole no flag, no country thing. I thought that was pretty good. What keeps an empire working? They feature in any number of stories, particularly in science fiction and fantasy, sprawling across planets and galaxies or whole continents. But when it comes to world building them, honestly, books have a pretty shocking track record of these amorphous powers that just exist and work. Because plot. In part 2 we'll actually be looking at how empires rise and fall, but today in part 1 we'll be looking at how they work, what creates a realistic empire and prevents it from collapsing. So we'll be focusing on the 3 C's: communication, control, and commerce. These are by no means the only things an empire needs, but they are 3
Okay, well, let's look at these then. Communication, comm pearls. Basically phones. Control. Control fabric of the tree. And how do you say this? Well, basically the military / police. As well as their concubines are voted political representatives. Of monarchy and public. Commerce, which also comes down to they control fabric of the tree and have the only technology that is able to dismantle the tree. Thus, they have a monopoly on the materials of the tree. Side note that the Adventurers Guild bringing things from the outside is a support structure for the basics of the tree, not really competition of sense. Yeah.
important pillars to its stability. This
So
video
we have all 3 of
special
those.
request of one of my
Fully
absolutely
explained and in-depth and
amazing
out.
patrons and Discord mods, Sarcastic GM, who is actually doing his PhD thesis in this stuff, so he helped me write the video. If you'd like to suggest a topic of your own, then there's a link to my Patreon down in the description. We would love for you to come join the community. Now, to be very clear, the first and most important thing to do when you're world building an empire and you want it to be realistic is to study the accounts of real historical empires.
True.
No, not those ones. This video will be only an introduction. It'd be impossible to truly answer this sort of question in totality. It'll introduce relevant points and questions of contention, but studying how real empires worked, why they succeeded, why they fell, will give you the best possible breadth in writing your own. So, communication. One question to answer when thinking about your empire is how quick and effective is its communication between the different governmental
Instant
households of the
worldwide.
empire, between the government and its citizens, and communication between citizens across distances, which
All of them just basically phones. Basically portable phones, but they're comm pearls. And they're about the size of a marble. And you generally have, like most people, have like 5 to 7 of them. Like, you know, you have like your government issued one essentially. If you're an adventurer, you'd have an adventurer issued one, and then each personal has, you know, you can like make your own. It's kind of like they're like guilds essentially, and you can just make them. And the comm pearls, basically through the power of consciousness, just they can talk to their spawn. So they've basically, through magic, been able to fully convert them into like video recorders and audio recorders, and that's what's the Calm Pearl at the beginning of chapter 1 that the video is recorded on is one of those Calm Pearls, modified with magic and attached to a mechanism in order for it to basically fly around as a drone and videotape everything that was happening in the 100-year quest. And that's kind of like one of the big reasons why when they come back from Garuda, that basically it's a 3-day journey for them to use the airships to get from Garuda to the tree. So in that period of time, like as soon as Garuda fell and everyone was freaking out, telling, you know, all their friends, the word had spread to the tree essentially, and the people, the fanatics in the tree had basically sprouted being like, hey, shit, man, well, we told you fucking so this was gonna happen. Now they're coming for us, and what are you gonna do, Monarch? And then it becomes a giant riot. The Monarch has to kick all the adventurers out of the tree. Zaid gets killed. All that shit happens. But it's all because of the ability of instant communication, whereas the main characters are so, like, fucked up from being defeated that, first of all, they think the news is, like, propaganda and, like, overemphasis, and there's, like, no way that actually happened. We got the Viceroy right here. It's all good. Viceroy's like, I don't know, man. They said that shit, but I don't know. And Viceroy's kind of like, I don't know how to tell you this, bro, but it happened. And Husai just, like, won't believe it. He's like, nah, we'll figure it out, man. Don't worry about it. We got this. Everyone's like, alright, buddy, but it's warning you, man. And that's when everything kind of shits the bed, right?
Which we'll get to in more detail on our part on control. An Empire's biggest advantage against its smaller enemies within and without is its ability to draw on a larger population for its military, more resources, a diverse range of resources, and intellectual minds for strategy and invention. However, this advantage can be nullified if you haven't researched husbandry. I mean, this advantage can be nullified if they can't effectively coordinate and communicate quickly. With larger borders than a usual state, quick and effective communication in the military...
And it's like the Beastmen don't have... Like, some of them do, but not on the scale. Like, not on the scale that the tree can produce these pearls. And that's their biggest advantage over everyone else. Not only their intelligence, because they're not more intelligent than the dragons, they're just more than the dragons, but the dragons are huge.
Military is vital to bringing forces from across the state to combat its rivals. One of the advantages of Kuvira's Earth Empire in Legend of...
As well as, like, the Adventurers Guild has airships. Like, the combination of technology and magic. And at this point, like, the Beastmen kind of have, like what you consider, like, a really shitty hot air balloon. But I think that's probably the closest they would have to anything that's, like, flight. But they're more of, like, in tune with nature, like the Sahagin, right? They use the riverways to basically travel super fast. Whereas everyone travels along land, but they can travel underneath land in the tunnels that run underneath their territory.
Korra was its use of trains across the Earth Kingdom. This made communication between the provinces and central government with Kuvira at its head a lot easier. Forces could be quickly mobilized. Without the ability to efficiently coordinate resources during times of drought and famine, it can easily lead to riots, chaos, and even...
And for transportation, chocobos, of course. Like, chocobos are the biggest thing. And it's, like, differing sizes of chocobos. So you have, like, your, like, pack mule type chocobos, which aren't meant to be ridden. They're meant to, like, pull caravans and stuff like that. And then you have, like, the smaller sizes that you ride, and then there's even the smaller sizes that are like scouts, essentially. They're the ones that you send out and find, like, best routes to go, make sure you clear monsters out of the way and stuff like that. Basically use them as bait. But you don't want them to die, you just want to use them as bait to pull out the monsters. Because they're like, oh, it's a small chocobo, let's go for it. And then you're there fucking their shit up.
In rebellion, the Roman Empire fell for a myriad of reasons, but the strengthening of the urban centers outside Rome led to the central authority of Rome itself decreasing, making the coordination of resources in the Western Roman Empire a lot more difficult. As famine and plague struck the region, it was less equipped to deal with it, contributing to riots and its eventual sack. Finally, communication to citizens is vital to the coordination of economic or governmental policy and its implementation. Legal reforms, curfews, new taxes, the ability to spread propaganda, which is surprisingly important, or gather opinions and democratic votes from across the state.
This is partly what they mean when they talk about the reason an empire fell is because they were stretched too thin. They lost that ability to coordinate and efficiently communicate.
So communication is clearly important, but how does your empire maintain this effective communication? This will depend heavily on the context of your empire. If your empire is land-based in a low-tech world, then consider the phrase, all roads lead to Rome. The Romans built a huge network of roads across the empire, with communication and coordination in mind. In a pseudo-industrial era, trains and telegraphs become an incredibly important form of communication over distance. In James S.A. Corey's Leviathan Wakes, communication between Earth, Mars, and the Belt is done by tight beam, this huge laser system across the solar system to transmit information. Now, whatever the method of communication in your sci-fi or fantasy empire, be it technological or magical, what really matters is the speed and amount of information that can easily travel. This has two important effects on A, the effectiveness of central government, and B, stability and the desire for self-governance. We will get to that second effect in our part on control. This is where we talk about how you should have at least 5 different town centers by the Imperial Age. I mean, when world building an empire, the speed and amount of information that can travel throughout it will determine how the institutional power is set up. Who reports to who, where are they based, what information is delivered, how long do they take to respond, and what decisions are they allowed to make based on that. See, empires are these huge cumbersome things with 1,000 metaphorical tentacles and 1,000,000 fingers and 1,000,000 pies. If all legal, economic, and policy decisions are made by a single institutionalized power, like an emperor or supreme leader Mishka, when not only communication is slow, but government powers can't send a lot of information very easily, this can lead to inefficient government, with more decisions to be made by that one body, and the time to communicate their decisions back and
That's kind of why everything's stretched out. So you've got, like, the centralized point in the tree that's basically like the idea of the military powers, the viceroy and the monarch, and then their concubines, the president and the vice president. Then you have, like, the leaders of the house underneath them, and the representatives of each of, like, the different adventurer guilds, like, individuals, like the biggest guilds, like top 100 guilds, or, like, parties, or whatever you want to call them. Clans or whatever. I don't really know what exactly word would be used, as well as keeping track of all the journeymen, all the outsiders, and all the adventurers. Like, the logistics for setting all of that up is the reason why Husai is there, because he's the bridge. And he's supposed to basically take all that information and say, what's the important information that the government needs in order to maintain stability, because they're also clashing with, like, the like the bad adventurers, the dark adventurers, the black market, and, you know, murderers, and all the bad people that got their licenses taken away. Essentially, they are one of the, like, the biggest concerns for the Adventurers Guild outside of the tree. Just like the fanatics, who are against the Beastmen, are inside the tree. And, like, you know, octopi supremists and stuff like that. But their power will slowly gain as they convince people of what the government's doing and trying to raise the Beastmen to the level of avians and insectoids, which technically they're trying to do, but the reason why they're trying to do it is not the reason why the fanatics believe they're trying to do it, or they're telling the people they're trying to do it. That's the biggest problem, is that, and the government's technically been doing it in secret, just to kind of pull the rug out from underneath everyone. So that kind of makes this extra little layer of, well, fuck, man, if you had kind of told us and let us know what the hell was going on and given us an opinion about it, instead of being like, you guys are fucking idiots, we're just going to do it anyways, doesn't seem like something that you should really do. Which is, like, it was very much advised against, and that's why you can tell that the monarch is, like, not pleased. Neither is the viceroy. Like, the father viceroy, not the inaugurated current viceroy. And that's where it's like, Husai actually leaving his station at the guild is like a huge potent thing, because it's like he's literally using it as an excuse to be like, okay, well, there's a lot of shit out of line, and we got to basically do an audit of everything. So we're going to go and we're going to travel to all of the main cities, and we're going to figure out this shit. And we're going to get everything in order. And then we can finally have like this stabilized transition between allowing, if this was going to go through, allowing Beastmen to finally be adventurers, because they're already having a big enough struggle on a logistics level of keeping up with all the adventurers that they have. So now allowing all of the other 8 races or 10 races to be adventurers is like, well, now we got to set up an entire new infrastructure for it. So they're even like, even the Viceroy was saying, and people took this out of context, he's like, this isn't something that's going to happen immediately. We just wanted to show you that the potential for this being there is huge. Like, you guys have already accepted a Beastman as one of your council members without even knowing it, because you align. And we're not saying we told him what to say. We said, if the people like you, they'll vote you up. And that's just kind of what happened. He just went along with it, and it worked. So that allowed him to get into a position where being revealed would be like, hey guys, you know this guy. And no one thought it would get so crazy, but those fanatics, man, they're fucking crazy.
And 4. And inefficient communication leads to all the problems we previously discussed. Part of the success of Tiber Septim's Cyrodiilic Empire in the Elder Scrolls was that it recognized it would be inefficient to have an extremely strong central government that made all the decisions. Its communication was too slow, often on horseback, and not enough information could easily travel to be an effective system. As a result, government became relatively decentralized. While the Emperor was the ultimate authority, communication and decisions were quick and effective because provinces were largely left to make their own decisions, provided they obeyed the law. Only a fraction of direct...
Yeah, and that's basically all the main cities, and all the main cities control each of the main territories of each of the Beastmen, and each city is meant to basically govern over the coordination between bringing Beastmen on board with basically civilizing them. And picking out, like, the warring factions and stuff like that, and eliminating all of the warmongering, and just allowing for the Beastmen that want to be neutral and go through trade and be an actual, like, progressive part of the world. Then they would definitely have a greater sway over the area. And that's why each member of Husai's party basically went to be one of those main cities, because Husai at the time was like Aetharg was his second in command, like, among him and all of his guys. Like, he was the main party, and each one of them dictated across everything. And then Aetharg was the secondary. So when Husai and everyone left to be basically bureaucrats, Aetharg took over the entire alliance. But he was already fully, like, anyone who was in the party could have chosen basically to stay behind, but everyone wanted to go on the 100-year quest. And they thought with 75 people at this caliber, even without Husai and the other 8, it was still more than enough people. And to be fair, it was just barely enough people, because like 25 of them, or 15 to 25 of them, survive after the Emerald Weapon fight. But then everyone dies because of Fafnir. And then, like, the reason for the tree falling apart. 13-0-12. Welcome. How's it going, good sir? We are just taking notes on how well our empire stands up to other empires. And so far, I think we're doing a pretty good job. We've got, like, all the key points down, the reasons for why things are the way that they are, communication, how each individual governing party off on the side, as well as the main structure of the tree, and the reason why Husai is leaving the tree in order to go on an adventure is basically like to audit all of the places. And when they finally get to Leviathan, that's when shit kind of hits the fan too, because Leviathan's like already fucked up. And that was where their base of station was, where they invaded Garuda. So their thing was like, well, if they got to Garuda that fast, what the hell happened to Leviathan? So that's like their next stop to go to after they go back from the tree and they finally revive Husai from his crazed state, essentially. And then they travel to all of the main cities to gather all of the people, placing all of the deputies in command, which Husai has already told everyone that, you know, basically be prepared for me to show up and take you out of your bureaucratic position. So have someone ready to do whatever needs to be done while you're gone. And then basically everyone agreed to it.
Government was
I can only of Final Fantasy summons when it comes, which is Perfect 13 because that is what the book is based on. It's a Final Fantasy based book. So it'll have all of the tropes with all of the names. Instead of having like the summons, they're just the names of the cities. And in each area to do with each element, essentially. Leviathan is an underwater sea lab. Garuda was a floating sky city. And the idea is that it fell out of the sky and it's kind of on an angle like this. So the entire city is like rebuilt up with like scaffolding and stuff to like even out the streets and even out the areas so that people can live inside of it. So it's kind of this like fucked up makeshift city. And then Ifrit is surrounding the outside of a volcano. Titan's in the middle of a desert. Shiva's on the ice continent in the north. Carbuncle is in the mountains. And Rama is in like this tropical area that's consistently like, it has like hurricanes and thunderstorms and shit like that. Yeah. And then, you know, obviously, like, the main things are there's adventurers, right? And it's the Adventurers Guild. And adventurers go out and, go out into the world and do what they gotta do. In this case, it's, like, pretty much everything's been explored across the continent. So, at this point, it's now just the world is kind of slowly falling apart in the background. And the main characters are starting to, like, peel back the canvas that's showing that the world is kind of fucked right now and a war is about to begin.
was left to the Emperor. And when things did go wrong and decisions were needed to be made by that central authority, it was quickly decided because they weren't needing to manage the entire empire, and was quickly communicated with the Emperor being situated in the geographical center of the empire. A great historical example of this is the Qing dynasty in China. The centralized power was largely limited to war, criminal proceedings, taxes, and some major industrial projects like waterways and bridges. Beyond that, management was often quite local, because where communicating large amounts of information is slower, a more decentralized government is often a more effective way of dealing with local issues, like economic downturn, property disputes, or criminal proceedings. In contrast, quick and effective communication across the empire allows for a more centralized government.
Yeah, and since the communication is instant and abroad, basically phones, it allows for all 8 of the main cities to have their own, like, within the Adventurers Guild and the Beastmen in the area, their own system of governance, like a small province, essentially, and for the territory of that Beastman. And their main goal is to appease the Beastmen in that area to make them as neutral or as friendly as possible, and eliminate anyone who basically is either going to threaten other Beastmen or the adventurers themselves. And the adventurers are basically like the police force in that aspect, but they are their own, they have their own autonomy, which is why it's like basically having an adventurer's pass is like, you can go anywhere and do anything. So it's like, it's a massive privilege to have one. So it's very easy for it to be stripped from you if you do something bad. And then there's the whole black market and dark side of the Adventurers Guild with people that have been stripped of their rank because of some sort of thing. But that allows everyone to instantly communicate with Husai, and then Husai directly to the upper parts of the government and the monarch and the viceroy, which allows for them to be independent in the fact of that's what the monarch wants, but also speedy in their communication if things do go wrong, which when things do go wrong, the entire communication system kind of breaks down, because the whole point of the communication point is people, and when people panic and they're not sending the word on, it's like the entire communication breaks down because of this link of basically, you know, like 100 people talk to 10 people talk to one person. If like 90 of those people, you know, one of these people doesn't communicate in the middle, it's like that's a lot of things that you're missing out on overall in the branch of it, right? So especially when like an entire city gets wiped out.
Now, you might think this means that a successful empire in a fantasy series with swords and horses and carriages must have a decentralized power structure, but some authors have actually used their magic system to subvert this expected setup. In Sanderson's Way of Kings, there's this thing called span reads, which are a comparatively fast way of transmitting large amounts of writing across great distances, allowing decisions to be made from anywhere within the kingdom with speed. But your magic system can affect how your empire governs and communicates in a number of other ways as well. Perhaps magicians can project their thoughts into the minds of citizens. How would this affect your use of propaganda, and would this make stopping the spread of rebellious ideas harder? Would the empire have to make sure that it hired all of these telepathic mages to work for it, creating this class of elite propagandists in society? It's important to consider how the fantastical elements of your story change how a government body would be administered. If the abilities make certain duties easier or harder to carry out, then this can make your empire more effective or give it a weak point for its enemies to exploit. How quickly and effectively the government powers can respond to threats inside and outside the empire is one lens through which the author can develop a sense of setting for the reader. It's not just about military might. What magical, technological, or administrative element of your empire's communication means it is able to outmaneuver its enemies? I mean, aside from the damn Mongolian mounted archer, I mean, nothing. Secondly, control. While control is vital to the legitimacy of any government anywhere, the vast land masses, be it in continents or planets or whole galaxies that empires can preside over, means the ability to assert that control is especially vital. But what is control really? It's easy to say collecting taxes is control, but successfully collecting tax is often evidence of an empire's control, but it doesn't actually show how an empire maintains that. Empires form, obviously, by absorbing different people groups into the same state, and shockingly, this can cause problems because some people don't like that. Because of this, in terms of world building, you as the writer have to ask, why do people stay in the empire? Why do they pay their taxes? Why do they not rebel?
That's kind of the whole thing, is they are. It's more of a question of, oh hey, Hop talks about this. The monarch and the viceroy maintain control through the pure fact that they're the only two people that can manipulate the tree. So they could literally, like, lock down every single person inside of the tree. Like, have, like, the tree come, like, because they're all inside the tree, right? So it's, like, the foundation that they're standing on literally, like, raised, like, a foot. And now everyone's, like, trapped inside of the crystal and can't move. It's like, okay, well, we just immobilized everyone inside of the tree, like, instantly. So it's like, but that brings into the question of, when these riots and when these things happen, why isn't the monarch and why isn't the viceroy using their abilities? First is because the current monarch doesn't have that ability, because it's the monarch that stepped down that's going to kill him and take him over that does. But the monarch does. And the monarch's not doing it because he doesn't like what the viceroy's doing, and he's like, hey, maybe we can just get the people to kill this fucking kid here, man. He's not going along with the plan. So it's like the Monarch is actually helping the rioters and the mobbers and stuff like that, and making this like horribleness inside of the tree specifically because he needs them to like, he's not on the Viceroy's side with this one because he still wants to eliminate Beastmen, but he's like, whatever, if he's gonna do this shit, he's gonna do this shit. We'll see what the people do, and I'll just side with the people. And yeah, the people don't like it. So, and I mean, it's like a survivorship bias thing, right? If like you like the Beastmen, you want to leave the tree, you're an adventurer. And if you're an adventurer, you're outside of the tree, so you're not going to be inside the tree voting for having Beastmen inside of the tree. It's just, it kind of just goes hand in hand, right? So, I've got an essay on my list called Sovereignty and Inquiry into the Political Good by Bertrand de Juvenel. From what I can infer, it seems to be about why people submit themselves to authority structures. Well, I think it's pretty simple. Security. Like, the idea of knowing that there's a police force that will help you and is on your side to prevent other people from doing things. I mean, and if you want to break it down, technically this all revolves back around to, like, in our society, money. But money doesn't really play a role in the tree. Like, it kind of does if you want to be, like, more fancy with your stuff. But, like, anything that's made out of crystal is free. I mean, you can make an order for basically anything you want out of crystal, and there's basically an infinite amount of crystal because of the size of the tree compared to the population. I don't think it's that simple. People submit themselves to authority structures that directly harm them. I mean security on a greater sense. Like, a security of... like, at least in a starting way, a security of, I think basically land ownership. If there is a way to facilitate the ownership of land in some way, shape, or form, then I think you have a higher chance. But it's like you always have to have the infrastructure, right? So it's like you can't have the empire without any infrastructure, because without infrastructure, it's like, oh, well, we need to pay taxes to build roads. Well, we don't have roads, so why are we paying taxes? We don't have anything. So I think at some point in time, it's like there has to be like a turnover point between just a bunch of allied central states and then someone completely taking that over. I don't think it's I don't think it's a singular road. I think it's you hit this certain point, and when you hit this point, it's like you morph into an empire. But it's like Roman citizens actually hated the road since they were seen as a means by which taxes were taken from them. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Rather than a purpose for the taxes as we tend to see them now. I could definitely see that for sure. And in a way, it's like, because in this world there is no taxes, right? It's like, I don't exactly know how the money system is going to work, but it's like there is a reserve of a certain mineral, right? Like gold. And it's like this is standardly claimed to be the highest quality of, like, practical material that people want to use because it's shiny and it's nice. So people like, so you have like you can either have a stash of this gold or what the tree and the adventurers would convert to like gil, which would be a stamped coin or a stamped paper of some kind, right? Or a piece of crystal or some sort of identity thing that's backed up by a physical good. But in the first like 100 years or so, this really wasn't a thing. So it slowly developed over time, and it's still kind of in infancy, where your most basic commodities inside of the tree are just free, but they're your most basic bland crap stuff. So if you want any of that style, you basically have to work. You have to do something that people will be willing to give you a currency for, whether that be like in the mines gathering the crystal, or going out and being an adventurer, or, you know, being hired at a market to sell goods or something like that. But one of the main reasons, I'd say, for the people wanting to stay inside the tree is now knowing what it's like outside the tree, that there's like, you know, fatigue, hunger, death. But it's like inside the tree, you're just completely chill. So it's like, it's a safety thing. But then the people inside the tree are worried that the beastmen are going to start entering the tree. So then it becomes their territory is now almost being taken over, and that's when they start to rebel. And then that asks the question, well, how do we stop the people from rebelling without killing all the people? And the only way to do that is to agree to the majority, which is the unfortunate reality.
Most importantly, how does the Empire? The favorite answer of every evil empire in fiction is terror. People obey because gulag. But this raises more question than it really gives answers. An empire based on terror can leave citizens feeling like rebellion is a better option. And how do they keep a widespread, expensive military presence that is repeatedly needing to be replenished? And why do these people join the army anyway when they clearly think it's pretty evil? Where are they getting the army from? Empires that have historically ruled with pretty much nothing but terror have not lasted very long. But we aren't talking about evil empires today. That's more a writing trope that deserves an on-writing video. This is about realistic empires. So history makes clear that successful empires often maintain control of groups they absorbed through peaceful or extortionate annexation or conquest, by making it preferable for them to be in the empire than outside of it. It's easily the most effective.
Yeah, because, like, if you're outside the tree, you're basically an adventurer. Because that's the only way you're allowed to leave the tree. And if you're a beastman, you can't go inside of the tree because you're not allowed to be an adventurer. And this is where it's like the monarch's goal of wiping out the beastmen kind of failed in his nuclear option. So his next option was just to say, fuck it, we've killed enough of them. Let's just slowly, like through attrition, slowly wipe them out. Sounds like materially it's just pretty good to be in the tree. Yeah, like it is literally the embodiment of being in the Garden of Eden, or being in heaven. And it's like the only reason why you would leave is because you just wanted more out of life. Because it's like, that's why entertainment is such a huge thing. That's why I want plays, songs, dances, and poems to be a huge part of the book, to emphasize that people inside, this is all that people inside of the tree have for, like, entertainment, right? Like, they need the stories to keep their lives worth living, or go outside of the tree, but you have to be strong enough to be able to understand that you're going to set, like, a lot of adventurers, like, you know, that's why they become outsiders, is because they're like, hey, well, let's just leave the tree. Let's do step one, and let's leave the tree. They leave the tree, and they realize how terrible it is outside, and half of them just fucking go back inside the tree and say, fuck it, I'm not doing that shit. And that's kind of what happened with, like, the character in the story that we wrote, is he was like, holy shit, I made it through all of this, and then he gets attacked by a Mandragora and basically killed by a level 1 monster. And he's like, shit, man, I ain't ready for this. I'm gonna go, like, do some stuff. And then he basically, like, starts working in the hospital and, like, starts gaining money, gains some gear, gains some knowledge from the, like, injured veteran adventurers, and, goes back out, and with the knowledge that he's incurred, he, talks to the guards about how he was actually going to fight Mandragoras, and, what kind of armor he should have so they can't get into your skin. They say, don't fight a Mandragora, go fight a giant bee, because you're a flyer, so you could, like, dive in from the top and, like, take out their wings. And then, he goes and fights a giant bee and fucks it up. And it's like, yeah, okay, now I know how to fight. And then he can, like, advance on from there. But, yeah, the idea is basically, like, you want to be inside of the tree. And there's no way of getting, like, kicked out of the tree if you like, break the laws inside of the tree, which are basically, like, just don't fuck with other people. You basically just get disappeared. If you're dying to level 1 mobs, there's no good way to grind XP. Well, think about it this way, Levi. He didn't put on a job. So he was, like, jobless, like, classless. He literally has, like, no armor on. And he's fighting an enemy that, in my mind, like, is something you need at least a little bit of protection on your skin from, because it's something that can, like, get inside of your skin. But if it can't break through your armor, the chinks in your armor, then you can, like, wrap your hand around it, pull it towards you, punch it in the face kind of idea. But it's like, if you don't have any armor, you don't have the will to fight through that to actually, like, knock it out, then you're pretty fucked. So it's like, it all depends on what kind of monster you're fighting too, right? And the way that, like, he tried to fly away, but it, like, stuck in the ground, then he smashed his face into the ground. It's like, at least with a bee, you could, like, fly around with the bee, right? So it was also an example of picking what monster you need to fight in the first level. And then he's going to come back, and he's going to fight the Mandragora, and he's going to kick the shit out of the Mandragora, too.
Way to... This can be done in any number of ways. In the case of the British Empire, it was highly oppressive at times, but the economic opportunity and access to world trade that it provided was attractive to many people in the states that it colonized.
And that's kind of how the Beastmen feel after seeing how the Sahagin rose so high to power. So there's two sides to that. There's the Beastmen that are jealous and want to take down the Sahagin, and they're on, like, warring and stuff, because they think the Sahagin got a special treatment from the adventurers, whereas there's the other side of the Beastmen that are like, man, look how well the Sahagin integrated with the adventurers, let's try to do the same thing. And the adventurers are trying to work with the good Beastmen to wipe out the bad Beastmen, which again works in the monarch's favor of lowering the Beastmen population, period.
Mongol Empire, most citizens were secure and free to practice their own religion. Under Cyrus the Great, citizens were free from the threat of slavery, which, is a bit of a low bar, but it's a good bar to have for society. What's critical for us as writers is that we show this within the narrative, that we ground the Empire in a sense of realism in the experiences of everyday citizens.
Mm-hmm.
In Legend of Korra, we see that Bolin joins the Earth Empire because it brings food and supplies in times of strife to towns who need it. In The Mote in God's Eye, Niven does this by scaling down his answer to the question in the experiences of the perspective character, Commander Roderick Blaine. In leading an effort to put down a rebellion...
And it's kind of almost the opposite, because it's like the Sahagin taught the adventurers how to live in the world outside. So the adventurers, the ones that are around and still remember that, and have passed on, like, the idea of it and the stories of it, that, the first true adventurer was, like, basically lying around dying, and the Beastman came up to him, and the Sahagin saved him, nursed him back to life, taught him the ways to live outside of the tree. He brought that knowledge back to the tree and taught people basically how to live outside of the tree, and set up the very first school of the Adventurers Guild. And basically, like, educated people on how to live outside of the tree. What is food? How do you get food? What is cooking? What is disease? How do you avoid disease? What is injury? How do you deal with infections? And then eventually gets to the point of, like, that's where the hospital eventually winds up being now, is because through, like, all these, like, 300 years or whatever of this happening, it's just evolved to this point, and it's just the perfect place to put it, because once you cross the threshold into the tree, you basically gain the superpowers of healing. Ayo, Smokey, how's it going, bro? Welcome. We are talking about empires today, and the reason why the people inside of the tree basically listen to what the monarch says. and the rest of the government. And it has a lot to
Good
do
morning
with
from
comfort.
the UK, brother.
Hell yeah, brother! How's your day going
He sees
today?
what happens to societies that leave the empire. People stay loyal to it because without it, society returns to economic collapse and disorder. And security is a strong motivator for people to support
True.
the empire. But government control in an empire isn't just about your pea-picking, sweet potato, boar-murdered peasant.
Is 9 a.m. here. I just woke my lazy ass. Yeah, it's usually about, you're like a couple hours ahead of Valiant Boy. It's usually like 8 o'clock, I think, in the morning for him. He's in France. And, it's about 2 hours into the stream. That's when he starts, hopping in. Yeah, he's French.
In the case of dictatorships, it's about keeping the people
1
who
hour
keep you
ahead.
in power
Ah.
preferring to be part of your dictatorship than anyone else's. Different people at different levels of government and society have different reasons for preferring to be part of the empire.
Yeah.
And the ruling body needs to account for that
Yeah.
multitude of groups that keep people
Yeah.
in power in a
But that's also one of the things that the people is like, because like the president and vice president essentially can only ever be octopi, even with the main heads of state still being avians and insectoids, there's avians and insectoids feel that they're not represented in a fair way, essentially. 2 hours. You was right, sir. I'm just trying to, cause like there's daylight savings in there and he doesn't have daylight savings, so I was trying to remember if it was 1 or 2 based upon daylight savings. Founder badge looking nice. Hell
multitude
yeah.
of ways. Maybe some are bribed, some believe in security, and some have a strong belief in the state religion.
Killing
There's
it,
a
bro.
great video by CPG Grey that I will link down in the description below that you should watch explaining this kind of concept
Founder
in more
gang.
depth. Why people
The
join
number
the
one,
empire
you
can
see
also
it?
be intimately connected to your
Yeah, not quite sure what it is, but it just appeared. What is it? What did you do, Smokey? Means I was one of the first sub. Oh, I see. At the top, I see.
character's
Nice.
motivation, why they assist
Thanks for the
warrior.
support.
And it's a common character arc in Dances with Wolves type stories like The Last Samurai to have these motivations challenged, resulting in a character change, like them leaving the Empire. But those sort of stories are relatively common. If you're looking for a more unique character arc, perhaps they aren't part of the Empire, but they go through
Well-
a character change that makes them want to be a part of it. But
No,
what
it's the other way around. They're a part of it, and then they go through a character change that makes them not want to be a part of the Empire
why people
anymore.
stay isn't just about making the Empire attractive. Sometimes it can be easier to make a not living in the Empire attractive. Like if the barbarians outside the Empire organize their farms like this. I mean, propaganda. We're talking about propaganda. Most authors will be aware of the oxymoronic Ministry of Truth in Orwell's 1984, which kept the population under control by filtering the information available to them.
China!
Manufacturing crises and propagating stories about how awful or evil the world outside Oceania is. Because of our recent historical relationship with propaganda, particularly through the Nazis and the Soviet Union, it's easy to imagine that any empire that uses propaganda is automatically an evil empire.
Not
type.
true.
But propaganda has.
Oh,
a
there he
long
is,
history
Elliot
as
boy.
being a
Wel-
vital part of a
Welcome, we were
successful
just
empire.
talking about you.
To Sargon of Akkad, the ability of the government to control how their expansion is viewed by the populace is powerful.
We'll begin with a pop quiz on our great march of civilization. What year did Firelord Sozin battle the Air Nation army?
The air nomads didn't have a formal military. Sozin defeated them by ambush.
I don't know how you could possibly know more than our national history book.
Like how the war against separatists is depicted in Star Wars. They're seen as
The Roman Empire didn't fall. It just rebranded as the church. True, Smokey, true.
barbarians against freedom and liberty. When in
You could think of, like, propaganda in the tree from the fanatics and from parts of the government, and the fact that the monarch allows it to happen is, like, building hate against the beastmen. The beastmen are a lower species, that they don't deserve the rights, you know. They can't be allowed inside of the tree. It would tarnish the tree. We were at war with them once. You know, no one knows why the war ended, but they could never get inside of the tree, so maybe they're deciding now as soon as they can get inside the tree. So it's always been this huge thing that people do not want beastmen inside of the tree. So when the Viceroy reveals that there's a beastman inside of the tree, and it's a high-ranking member of council that people have trusted as a bridge between the Adventurers Guild and the tree, they're fucking pissed as shit, and people get fucking crazy. Because it's supposed to be like the straw that broke the camel's back with all these conspiracies and all these ideas, and they're finally starting to prove them. And they're just like, hey, we're tired of your shit. Stop doing this stuff. And then Garuda is just like a completely and utter disaster. They're like, no, all adventurers, anything adventure, anything not tree, get the fuck out right now, or we're taking you down.
In reality, they were a lot more complex, but propaganda does present a curious problem for writing characters, especially if they're your protagonist who come from within the Empire. Why wouldn't your characters believe how it depicts the opposition or the military if everyone else does? In The Dragon Prince, the main character Callum doesn't believe that all elves are really monsters, and he doesn't really believe the war is justified. But there isn't really a
Genghis
reason
Khan
given as to
said,
why he
"I like your
doesn't,
city,"
while
and then
everyone else
erased
around
it.
him does.
Yep.
A great example of doing
Yeah.
propaganda well is Zuko from Avatar: The Last Airbender. He genuinely believes the Fire Nation is spreading prosperity to the world. And it takes a long and difficult journey to see
True
through that
savage.
propaganda and approach the reality. Having a character easily see through their empire's propaganda where others can't isn't bad writing, but it can feel jarring for the reader if they think that the protagonist is just magically more intelligent or more moral than everyone else. It can be more interesting to instead have them seeing the reality as part of their character change. But it's also important to remember that propaganda becomes less effective when people can freely research things for themselves.
Yeah, there's
like
no
magic
history and there's no
or
nothing.
technology, and thus effective.
Amnesia yesterday was so strong, I smoke half, I need to stop. The Aztecs I find interesting. It's nice, Smoky level 2. Didn't the Aztecs have the biggest road system we've ever seen in history? And farming system? Wait, did I not say level 4? Level 2. I'm fucking high. Level 4. I'm trying to downplay. Your glasses are on, right? Brain says one thing, mouth says another thing, feet say another thing. Not my fault, okay?
Propaganda becomes increasingly
I know what to do to help you, bro. Inca, not the Aztec? Oh, he's in the shop, brew. Fuck! Ah, fuck you, Valiant boy. You'll see better, bro. True. He bought glasses because the Inca went most of the way down what's now Chile.
more expensive for the state. Now, within the question of asking why citizens don't rebel, two important concepts to consider as a world
32,615 points.
sovereignty. How does your empire accommodate these two sentiments, which have been forces of revolution all throughout history? See, people don't really like it when they're being ruled by people they don't know, or they didn't choose, or have any cultural or societal connections to. Or maybe you do, I don't know your fetishes.
I'm your king. Well, I didn't vote for you. You don't vote for kings.
But groups of people who feel this tribalistic bond with one another usually
Grow
wish to
more
govern
cooked than a
themselves as
chicken.
a tribal group.
True,
In the modern day,
Valiant
we
Bro.
share this tribalistic bond with those in
True.
the same state, or nation, or even continent. But this presents a particular problem for
56,640.
empires, who by nature
Damn,
absorb
son.
a number of different tribalistic groups. Now, in some fictional cases, like the Dalek Empire, self-governance isn't really an option, and they rule through absolute terror, but Historically, Terra hasn't really worked as a long-term administrative strategy.
Week
No, a more effective strategy
15,004.
is actually allowing a degree of self-governance. Alexander the Great permitted rulers of conquered provinces to remain in their position as long as they paid their taxes and obeyed the law.
Proclaim your loyalty if you wish to keep your post.
In your fictional empire, this could mean maybe
162% Jesus, bro. That's insane. More than double
The
Valiums.
local noble houses
Get
as
writing,
governments, or
Smokey.
creating a local democratic body that's subordinate to the central authority or emperor, but is still allowed to make decisions, or maybe giving them the full rights of citizens rather than being enslaved, because people tend to prefer not being enslaved. What matters, above all, is that when people feel that when issues around their home are raised, they're actually heard and addressed. With decentralized government, they're far more equipped to deal with local problems. It helps with
True.
that feeling of self-governance over
Yeah.
their own lands and affairs, even if they're technically ruled by some far-off
Bro, you
emperor.
drink
With this
Smecta?
in mind, they're less likely to rebel.
Fuck
and more
Smecta.
likely to- But finally, this is where
Chocolate
we
milk.
talk about what communication between citizens and the second effect of the speed and amount of communication means
WTF
for
is
control,
Smecta?
I don't know
stability,
what
and the
Smecta
desire for
is.
self-governance. So, superior sci-fi technology or advanced magic can make communication over long distances extremely fast, like a Seance act like phones in Sanderson's Elantris, or the Stargate technology of the ancients in SG-1 allows instant digital communication across light years through wormholes. This means that, firstly, the urgency isn't necessarily there if the central power can immediately receive information, immediately receive a lot of things, and immediately decide. They don't
Yep.
have the same practical motivation to decentralize as an empire would when communication is slow.
I
The more
was sure
important-
Smecta is a
In
French
these worlds where
medication for
information
diarrhea.
easily travels, the notion of self-governance really begins to change.
Okay.
As what people consider
Okay,
their
Valium boy.
community changes.
Valium,
the people they
you
have
are
that
funny.
tribalistic bond to. It tends to mean more than just their village and that witch who lives in that hovel down by the river. They can feel connected to their whole state, their whole nation,
Same
maybe
color,
one day
bro,
the
I
entire
swear.
planet in the case of galactic
It's chocolate fucking
the result
milk.
of accelerated communication between
Same
citizens is that people are often willing to accept a higher level of centralized power. Because it's still self-
You know what we need for that one? You know what we need for that one?
Austin, there you are. Has the sample been analyzed?
Cool, baby. You look very shagadelic. Yeah. But do we really have to be here, Felicity? I mean, it's so boring. I don't
Used
believe
to
in
love
science.
Austin Powers.
When it comes to the spy game, to me, it's all instinct.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Basil.
The results are in. We've discovered trace elements of a rare vegetable found only on one island here in the Caribbean.
Whoop-de-doo! What does it all mean, Basil?
Valium it up,
It means
son.
that
Fuck
this
prescription
is the
beer pill
location
side
of Dr. Evil's lair.
Smashing, Basil. Cool. This coffee smells like shit.
It is shit.
Oh, good, then it's not just me. It's a bit nutty.
Oh my god, true humor.
governance as long as that authority comes from their now wider community that they consider themselves a part of.
True.
But even an economically sound and attractive empire where you don't
Same
have to be a
TP2.
slave will have its insurgents, the ungrateful sods.
Yes,
whose
for sure,
greatest
right?
advantage in rebellion is the ability to strike quickly.
Yeah.
With a larger border and landmass, a vital element of control is being able to respond to threats within and without swiftly. If an empire can't mobilize forces quickly, then it effectively gives the insurgents time to rebel and set up an effective defense, by which time you're essentially fighting an independent state. This is closely
You're
connected
back,
to the
love you,
communication factors we spoke
He
about
loves to
before.
burrow.
In the case of sci-fi empires
He
that
does.
span
Like
planets
I
or
burrow
whole
into his
galaxies,
mom.
this really becomes a problem when enemies are light years or half a galaxy away. What is truly preventing people from
Smokey, so
repeatedly
cool to
rebelling?
see you
Solving
again.
this problem is partly
You too,
why the
Valley.
Protoss Empire from StarCraft was so effective. Using warp gates, they could teleport troops anywhere around the Empire throughout the galaxy,
Into
nullifying
his
the
mom?
advantage that any resistance would have in
Damn.
assembling quickly. Likewise, the Mongol Empire was known for how swiftly it could move
Silicon
forces,
Valley.
taking days or weeks earlier than expected.
Damn.
And the Romans built a whole network of roads to aim swift troop movement throughout the Empire. Another method, which is funnily enough often underrated when it comes to writing and world building, is assimilation. This is helping absorbed peoples wish to stay a part of the Empire by creating a unifying cultural identity that they can be a part of. This is often
Which is
done
what the
in two
Viceroy's
ways.
trying to
A,
do for the
imposing an
Beastmen.
ideology. This is commonly
But the people do not want that. So that's cool that he mentioned this, because that's literally what I'm doing. But it's going against the will of the people. $8 p.m. is grinding time for me. 9 POE. Nice.
a religion, like we see in Warhammer 40k. They have to recognize the Imperial cult as their religion or die. Likewise, the early Rashidun Caliphate made it preferable for those who chose to be Muslim. Or B, introducing unifying cultural practices. One example of this is Rome and how they created the Colosseum with this in mind. It created a cultural tradition and sport that all people could...
The new class isn't out yet, is it? Okay, then I'll probably play tomorrow night. Hey, 40 followers now. Damn, Muffin! Good job, buddy. Keep it going, man. 12 for you, I think. Yeah, I'll be a fucking sleep, so I'll be playing tomorrow then. I'll update it and get everything going, so we'll be good for tomorrow. But yeah, so we'll definitely play it tomorrow because I want to try out the new class. And Energy Shield, I hear, got the fucking boot. So I'm glad with that because it was so fucking dumb how powerful it was compared to HP. I've never ever used an Energy Shield build, even on like mages and shit like that, to the extent that I did in PoE 2. Grim Feast is completely gone. Nice! Dope. Okay, that's fucking Groot. Got any new quotes? Manifesting a quote. When abundance and succulence are the only driving concepts to existence, the stale essence of reality pushes consciousness in a new direction. There. I forgot the dial-up by. It'd fit in great right now. Yes, Muffin, I literally just made that up right now. So if you could piece all of those words together into a phrase, that'd be wonderful. But yeah, because I don't remember what I said, but, you know, you can go back in the VOD and check it out. You mean this? Wait. Yeah, it's just this, right? No, it didn't work. I don't remember how to do it. Shop, buy. It's just dial up?
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience. Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet. You did good, you can rest now, babe.
Well done. There we go. Moves like that, you want to be careful you don't break a hip. True. Motion blur set to high. Yeah, I know my camera's not the greatest.
Get behind and appreciate. Creating unifying activities or imposing certain cultural practices on absorbed peoples creates a new cultural identity for the whole.
It's kind of like why there's no history inside the tree, so the integration inside of the tree is like using the Beastmen history and religion in their stories to tell more stories, because the stagnance of the tree causes basically their only thing is entertainment that can pass the time. And you don't have to sleep. It's like you can't just sleep the time away like a cat. you gotta find something to do, and entertainment and expression of the mind is a very potent part of that.
Empire, the more ingrained these practices become. In some cases, they can help people feel part of the empire.
Yeah.
However, making these practices too cumbersome can also have the opposite effect and be oppressive. And finally, let's talk about everyone's favorite topic, economics. You know, I say that sarcastically, but like 80,000 of you people watched a video on cabbage economics, so what you doing, man? What you
It's
doing?
the cabbage.
So,
It's the
commerce.
cabbage.
Economic stability of a given area is one of the greatest indicators of crime,
Cabbage
rebellion,
vendor.
and peace. And there is a good reason for that. It's not that people aren't concerned with what their country is doing overseas or how much corruption there is at higher levels of government, but if they have a good job, a stable income, and prospects for the future, then they are more likely to turn a
Damn
blind
it,
eye.
Smokey.
Not even kidding, there's a whole
You're
Wikipedia
so
page
mean.
dedicated to people rioting over bread. To the average squalling peasant, it matters less to them whether their tax money is heading to Narnia or the Teletubbies Parliament. It's just another person going,
I'm your king.
and commerce is closely
Yeah.
connected to communication as well. One of the big advantages of having an empire is that it creates an opportunity for a wider market to buy and sell to.
Which is like one of the things, is there a strife between, let's say, Ifrit in the tree, because people inside of the tree, such as, let's say, rich people that have built up a wealth over a period of time, are they essentially hoarding materials and becoming like really fat, like gluttony, essentially? Because gluttony would be an example of this, but he's an Ifrit. So, is he contrasted by other people inside of the tree that are over gluttonous? It raises many questions towards that, I think. And it's important for you to understand the questions that you're trying to raise for your audience and try to see questions that may arise for them and see if you can answer that. Or at least have a vagueness about it that makes them grounded in their imagination of how they perceive it. I don't think he can see your comment. Can you see anything? Valium told me to.
With
I can
the lower
see,
tariffs.
bitch, just not from
some
here.
don't. And the ability to communicate easily at distance makes trading easier. The market more competitive, meaning that overall people tend to be more economically prosperous. Though the caveat to this should be that empires are also often based on bringing wealth back to the homeland, so it doesn't necessarily mean that all people...
But that's the thing, is it doesn't really need to. It's just kind of like maybe rich people and stuff like that. But the amount of... Because you don't need anything inside of the tree, you only really need it on the outside. So the main cities facilitate huge trade stations, like markets and stuff like that. That's why like 90% of the land around Ifrit is farmland, and like 70% of like the rest of the land is for the market, and then the rest of it is just the guild hall. It's literally just this giant central economic space, and the only reason that it has the high castle walls is because each of the towers on the corners of the castle walls are airship ports and airship docks for airships for travel, because that's like the main route of travel outside of the tree is through airship. But like all good video games, you have to have an airship permit, and despite Husai being the leader of the Adventurers Guild, they can't get an airship because of what he told Sid. Because Husai kind of fucked himself with this one when he told Sid to take basically all the airships and go gather everyone. And by the time he gets back, hey, you're sexy without glasses. You're the bitch. I can see, bitch. True. Ah! You gonna make me take them off again, you guys? You guys are so mean.
Are always better off. But in creating a working and successful empire, the government has a bigger role than just not taxing people to death.
H.
Rhyme Reaper, guess who it is? Somebody's talking on YouTube, guys. Let's celebrate. Holy shit. Welcome, welcome. Hello, good sir. How are you? I don't know who it is. Who are you, good sir? Welcome, welcome. It is good to see that's the third time someone has chatted on YouTube. Welcome, YouTube brother. How are you today? Are you a writer? Do you write? Do you like to read stories? Do you like world building? Do you like just fucking around and having a good time? Well, welcome to the stream, brother. YouTube friends! True, Smokey, true. See, I knew there were people out there, but it's like the chat experience isn't the greatest on YouTube.
I think you scared him out.
I mean, if you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. It's just the way it is. You know?
To draw on John Locke's two treatises of government, a large reason that people want to be part of the civil state, in this case the empire, is that it protects property and facilitates trade. This can be done in any number of ways. The Qing dynasty distributed licensed traders to help the populace know who to trust. The Roman stamped goods...
And that's like crafter's mark and adventurer's ID, essentially. It's like an approved seal. And it's like backed by, basically, takes a lot to scare a reaper. True. You should have been here yesterday, Rhyme Reaper, when we read the the Reddit story of Death trying to get a job in a world that everyone's immortal. So Death basically isn't a factor anymore. So he has to get like a regular job. And nobody like takes him seriously anymore, and nobody respects him. Pretty funny story. What about the Reaper of the Reaper? Can the Reaper reap itself?
oils to officiate them when they were shipped throughout the Empire, to help people know when they were being tricked, and the ability to take claims against another individual in a fair court system is critical to a free functioning economy. And the sad thing is that there really aren't many examples of fictional empires being shown to facilitate and protect trade. The Cyrodiilic Empire in the Elder Scrolls does pretty much everything.
The adventurers are there. Like, one of the big things is the adventurers are basically like the police force. They're like mercenaries basically that for pay under contract. In other words, can the Reaper commit suicide? That's a good question, Muffin. What happens if the Reaper... That'd be a good story, Muffin. You should write that. The Reaper commits suicide. 112%. Ooh, only 26,691? That's not the greatest. Then everyone lived forever. I think he'd just reappear. But imagine this. I think a world without death is worse. Because imagine feeling all of the pain, but not dying. It's like you get hit by a car and you get like basically cut in half and you can feel everything, but you can't die. So you just keep feeling everything. I think that's worse than dying. Oh, Levi, it did go over my head. True. He would Reaper.
If you're looking to distinguish your empire from others in fiction, then perhaps showing how your empire deals with commerce would help establish it as a more realistic empire through a relatively unique lens. It would establish why people prefer to be a part of it, why it has survived.
That's like witches getting drowned forever because they didn't die. They would feel the pain forever. Yeah. True, Muffin. Or maybe he's stuck in an eternal loop, tries to kill himself, but being death, he just reappears, cursed to exist forever. True. You know what my favorite idea of the death of God is? So you know how the Egyptians like mummified people and took all of their organs out and put them in jars, except their brains. They fucked up their brains and pulled their brains out of their noses. So basically, they gave all of their organs to God except the brain. So God has no brain because he was never given one.
And what it does that other states around it don't. One thing to be aware of, though, as a writer when world-building realistic empires, is change. Empires change.
Yep.
Constantly.
Yep.
One relatively good example of this on the largest scale possible is the Imperium of Man in Warhammer 40k. This million-planet-wide empire is so big that it barely holds together. There's opposition to the Council of Terra, widespread...
Reply to Muffin, everyone you love dies and you're stuck grieving forever. My, thought of what heaven and hell are is the idea that when you die, you're just... Wherever you die, that's where your consciousness is. Forever. And if you can live with just you and yourself for all of eternity, then that's heaven. And if you can't, that's hell.
Rebellion and the Horus Heresy, the whole system of government was destroyed in the Great Scouring, and its military and economy was repeatedly collapsing, being formed and reformed, territory being lost and gained and split between different powers and factions within the Empire. Overall, it could hardly be called a contiguous empire for all it had changed. Likewise, the Roman Empire is often imagined as this cohesive and stable political body, but to be honest, its history is so tumultuous, its culture was constantly changing, that the people at the top and the bottom switching around, the economy shifting and its focus and aims changing. There is no single arc to its history. It has repeated trials, collapses, and reformations all throughout its time.
Can God create a stone so heavy that even he cannot lift it? The answer is yes, then God is not omnipotent because there's something he can't lift. If the answer is no, then there's something he cannot create, which also limits his power. It's very true, Muffin. The paradoxes of God.
History is never simple, and empires are nearly never perfectly stable. To put it simply,
history is complicated.
Empires go through changes in borders, religion, politics, economy, and culture, and it's important to show this change in the environment with evidence of the past.
Yeah.
Perhaps there are monuments to figures of an old predominant religion that
no, there's the terrain is described in a way that looks like it's fucked up. Like something happened across the entire world. Everywhere you go, it's just not the way it should be. The answer is no, since omnipotence means the ability to do all things conceivable, but all things that can be achieved through power. Paradoxes can't exist, right? So that's an excuse to be atheist. Basically, omnipotence doesn't cover paradoxes. True.
Dry. If the Empire begins to lose any of these things that we've discussed, then it's more likely to fracture and collapse. It's important to keep in mind how the events of the story also affect each of these
Well, that's why they lose the commerce, because they kick the adventurers out. And then they lose control because they find the adventurers and Husai and everyone finds out that the monarch is bad, and all the adventurers and everyone sides with Fafnir and the Beastmen. I feel sick. I just tried to eat a whole pizza. Jesus, Muffin. That sounds intense.
Things. How it affects the Empire's operation. If the
whole
rebellion destroys
pizza?
what they see as a vital target to communication, but the reader sees no change in the Empire's ability to coordinate its forces or resources or government, then it can feel like there was no real consequence to that dramatic beat. The actions of the characters and the story should actually affect the Empire.
Yeah.
So, what have we discussed today? Firstly, the speed and amount of communication across an empire is vital to effective coordination.
We'll take a break, be back in a few.
Alright,
Alright, sounds good, Muffin. Have a good one.
Slower communication often results in decentralized power. Secondly, it's important to consider how the magic system affects how government works and the challenges it faces. Thirdly, an empire can establish control through terror, making it preferable to be a part of it, propaganda about the outside, allowing self-governance, creating a feeling of sovereignty and assimilation. The capacity to mobilize troops quickly is crucial to control. Fourthly, a healthy economy is an indicator of stability within an empire, and a wider market may make its citizens better off than those outside the empire. Successful empires often protect property rights and facilitate trade. Fifthly, empires change in culture, economy, politics, and religious makeup, and it can help with realism for its description to reflect that. But that is all from me. I know, another horrendously long video, and there's gonna...
No, it's a good thing. Alright, part 2. So again, we passed that test. Oops. Oh fuck, I'm Galzin. Alright,
This is just gonna be on how empires rise, and you'll get a part 3 on how they fall. Hopefully you don't mind. What causes the rise of an empire? Well, you need 1,000 food and 800 gold to start, but that's not the point. Last video, we discussed what makes an empire work, what prevents it from collapsing. Communication, control, and commerce. Link up in the corner to watch. But today, we'll be discussing how our glorious empires rise and, like, how hard could that possibly be to summarize? So, the rise of an empire. Logically, when world building your empire, you have to figure out its shape. Which planet is it centered on? Why does it expand to certain kingdoms but not others? Where are its borders? And what is its primary...
Oh, that amnesia so aggressive, my broski. Oh, do you mean Glazin?
a motivation for empire building. Any number of factors are involved here, but we'll be looking at 3 important forces that lead to different kinds of empires: resource, security, and nationalism. As before, this video is brought to you at the wonderful suggestion of one of my absolutely amazing patrons who is actually doing his thesis in this kind of stuff, so he helped me write the script. This sort of educational content takes me longer to make than my usual stuff. It takes a whole week, and I love doing it, and it would mean the world if you find this stuff helpful for your writing, if you would help me do that for just a couple of dollars a month on my Patreon. There is a link to that down in the description below. I would love for you to come join our Discord community. It's an amazing little place. We talk about writing and world building all the time. Come join us. I'd like to reiterate the most important thing about world building empires. Study the accounts of real historical empires, why they rose, what sustained them, and why they fell. They will be the best possible education that you can have. This video will raise some important points and questions, but studying real empires is vital to having a realistic foundation to your own fictional one. Firstly, resources. Needing or wanting resources is a major motivation for empire building. Maybe they need food, wood, stone, or
gold, please.
And this setup gives us 2 points of guidance in constructing your empire. Firstly, this gives you a geographical map of where your empire will be trying to exert force. This includes considering the geography and landmass of the homeland itself. Which resources doesn't your homeland have that it needs or wants, and where does have those resources? Portugal wanted valuable dyes, woods, as well as spices that it didn't have access to itself. Where did have all that? Brazil. Secondly, this will help determine the way in which your empire...
And that's a big thing about geography and like different biomes and different things like that, because yeah, different things grow in different areas, so having the trade and different, like for instance, different beastmen will have different basically like foods that they have. So yeah, all that stuff, and like the way and the way that you design things and stuff like that, like their creativity towards creating art and stuff like that. Like art's going to be a really big one, right? Like like their stories, their songs, their culture. That's something that the tree like absolutely, that's what the tree is trying to like basically absorb. It's not so much their freedom as it is their culture, just to add more to their ability to create and express entertainment.
Exerts force through resource control. In doing so, it often has an economic backbone. If your fictional world economy runs on a naval trade, then the empire would naturally desire a strong
air
navy,
trade,
and its strategy would revolve around controlling crucial ports around the world. If your sci-fi world has an emphasis on space trade routes, or there are particular trading planets, then controlling them is crucial for establishing a viable
like
empire that can acquire resources.
Adventurers travel is in caravans.
In the Star Wars series was so vital to control. It's an important planet at the end of a dozen space trading routes. But on how they go about it, well, sometimes resource-motivated empires don't rely on overt hostile military invasion. They acquire trade deals, they impose taxes on their exports, tariffs on their imports, and extract to enrich the homeland, even if backed up by
this gun that was lent from the National Rifle Association.
This was, well, partly what Britain was famous for doing in India, New Zealand, Canada, Kenya, and its other colonies. Now, in contrast, your empire's focus could be on eliminating trade it doesn't control. Control of the Silk Road connecting the East and the West was critical to controlling the economy of the Mongolian Empire, but in the early days, Genghis Khan destroyed a number of southern Arabian and Turkish cities to eliminate trade routes that he couldn't easily control. Trade was forced to go through his one Silk Road, ensuring his economic predominance. Now, one underestimated factor in the way an empire expands is climate. The British Empire usually brought legal traditions, courts, and parliament to the places they colonized, but they quickly discovered that the hot climate of Kenya and the other African colonies was intolerable and deadly, with a huge host of diseases that they simply couldn't fight. Realizing this, their focus switched from colonization to extraction, primarily just taking resources to enrich the homeland. Where the people of an empire have no real interest in colonizing a land the empire takes for its resources, they may resort to an extraction strategy, rather than the more amicable strategies we discussed just before. This is often more brutal to those living there, as it doesn't necessarily bring with it the legal structures that citizens would...
I guess that could be another factor I never thought of either, is like, the reason for introducing the dark side of the guild is it's people that kind of desecrate the land of the Beastmen. And it's like, the Beastmen think that the adventurers are doing it, but the people have to explain that they're, you know, anyone who would do that would basically be stripped of their adventurer's code. So, you know, that's like a civil infighting kind of thing, where it's like we'd have to find the culprits of that and deal with them on our side. So that's like, they call in adventurers for that and put out bounties because, you know, if let's say like a Beastman Shaman shrine gets ransacked and some relic gets stolen or something like that, trace it back to the black market and whoever stole it basically. But that would be like put up as a quest for an adventurer to take on, right? Just more things for adventurers to do.
Would usually be entitled to. This is often caused by how inhospitable the climate or the environment is, like trying to build an empire in the map Arabia. However, this is by no means a universal rule, and it most commonly applies to resource-driven empires, but there are a whole host of other factors that play into how they could treat these lands. One notable factor in considering these 2 points is how big you want the landmass of your empire's homeland to be. Generally, smaller homelands have fewer and less diverse resources, meaning they are more likely to be resource-driven than larger states. Think Great Britain, Portugal, and the Dutch Empire. A world fractured into islands and archipelago like Le Guin's Wizard of Earthsea may be more likely to have resource-driven empires arise in it. The Fire Nation from Avatar: The Last Airbender is actually a relatively good example of most of this. Their comparatively small size means that resources are a crucial element of their expansion strategy. Their need for the coal, wood, and iron-rich deposits of the northwestern Earth Kingdom determined the shape of the Fire Empire. At the beginning of the war, this area was a priority for them to colonize and control. Beyond this, knowing that the world economy is largely in a naval trade, they built a strong navy and focused on controlling port cities within the Earth Kingdom to manipulate trade and impose taxes that could enrich the homeland. However, there is an inverse version of this, where the homeland controls the majority or monopolizes an extremely valuable resource that other nations require. This helps determine 2 things. The monopoly may help determine the political structure of the empire. A great example of this is how Arrakis in Frank Herbert's Dune is the only place in the universe that has the resource spice, which is described in the fashion that, without it, there is no commerce in the empire, there is no civilization, he who controls it controls our destiny. Seriously, it's practically just an empire built on space cocaine. The result of this is that
the tree and the crystal inside of the tree. Like, the crystal itself, in an abundance, has the healing power. But in its raw form, it's not easy to get your hands on something that's illegal, essentially. But they do make different sized, like, magically infused crystal stones, essentially. So it's like, for staffs and stuff like that, like really expensive staffs have a really nice piece of like the crystal, like large piece, dense piece of the crystal tree infused with some sort of element or something like that. So it's like another way to show that the equipment that you use and the catalysts in the real world that you use have a huge impact on your magic.
Becomes the capital of the Atreides Empire. The powers that...
And magic is another big thing, even though like most beastmen can't really use it to the function that actual like adventurers and people inside of the tree can. But people inside of the tree use it as like buffs and boons basically, whereas outside of the tree it's also used in healing and debuffs on others and, you know, stuff like that.
B naturally center around controlling that resource, which has become so valuable. Other powerful factions like the Bene Gesserit and the Guild Navigators of the Spacing Guild also ensure they have representatives on Arrakis, the center of power because of that resource. This monopoly may help determine the shape of the empire, as it is driven to preserve itself against those who would wish to take that precious resource, though we'll get more to this on our part on security. And if you're looking for a unique setup for your story about an empire, then this may be it. It's more often that empires are seen as extractionist, but if the welfare and economy of a homeland is heavily related to the control and trade of a certain resource, then those who control that resource will naturally wield power in any empire that comes from that, whether directly in a monarchical feudal sense or indirectly by influencing those in power. It may create a cultural, economic, and political center for the empire, and that setup could be really fascinating to play with as you look into the machinations of those in power controlling this resource and the like. Considering which resources your homeland has and which resources it needs gives shape to an empire by determining where in your fictional universe it will assert its power. It also helps determine how it will go
Bro,
about
I'm so
doing
high.
so.
Hell yeah, Valiant
Trade,
boy.
colonization, or extraction. Ownership and location of these valuable resources within an empire can also affect its political structure. A second major reason that empires form is security. This is both in why certain people groups across an area join together, and in how they acquire new land in the fallout of wars against neighboring kingdoms, states, planets, or galaxies.
Listen, Dad's
The early
crashed
Romans
my
are a
whip.
great example of
Damn.
both of these.
Sounds
They
hot,
were a
Valiant
bunch
boy.
of disconnected villages positioned at a strategic point along the Tiber River. This position attracted
So sad
the
this
attention
emo
of
rap song.
Latins, Sabines, Volscians, and Etruscans. As a result, this collection of villages were forced to band together to form a city-state. So they formed together for security, and after their victories over the Etruscan city
So
of Veii
fire.
or the neighboring city of Tusculum, the Romans subsumed their
Fire.
land and incorporated the defeated inhabitants into their state, growing the size of the empire. Some empires establish a foothold in the lands of people who attack them as a security measure to ensure their enemies will not attack them again.
Yeah,
This
and
grows
that's what
to
we're doing
a
in the
glorious
Beastmen.
empire. And in the same way that resource-driven
Assimilate them
empires are
in,
given
but
shape
do not
by
allow them
where
to
the
become
resources
citizens.
are, security-based empires are given
Nah,
shape
bro,
by
seriously, I buy a
defensible
weed cut
borders,
with something, I
mountains,
think.
canyons, coastlines, or the deep Ardennes forest.
Better than
that
spend it
no
on
army
me,
could
Valiant
possibly-
boy.
Blitzkrieg! Oh, an empire may be more motivated by security depending on the geography of their homeland. For example, the Mongolian homeland across the Eurasian steppe lacks a naturally defensible coastline and doesn't have an easily defensible southern border. With the Chinese to the south and the Turks to the west, to secure his homeland, Genghis Khan brought the surrounding nations to heel, to establish more defensible borders, create a secure position for his homeland with a huge buffer zone, as well as prevent the Turks and Chinese from rising against him again. And within this, while a resource empire may more often arise from small nations or islands, large or land-based nations without coastlines, especially those that are landlocked, may often be more driven by security, with less naturally defensible borders. The Britannian Empire in Code Geass is an interesting mix, and its beginning, its shape is determined by a need for security. It conquered its neighbors in the Americas as a means to protect itself and create a more robust resistance to enemy empires around it. But as the rare material Sakuradite became more valuable in the war, it decided to conquer Japan, where it could be found. Empires don't just conquer places randomly. They choose them for specific reasons, here being security or resources. However, people groups don't just unite under a single figurehead for mutual security against external threats, but also internal threats like lawlessness and bandits.
Yup, the
And
dark
you're
side of the
bandits
guild.
Who've been causing chaos,
Nah, bro.
where I am trying to establish order.
Being a single political entity means that the roads and areas between cities can be more effectively protected and policed, making both travel and trade
I am
easier
trippin',
within their
bro, so
borders.
F King
And
hell.
we discussed how
Hell
commerce
yeah.
leads to prosperity, stability, and peace in an empire last video. It's also no longer up to just one town to deal with those damn wolves murdering my... A third major reason for the formation of an empire is nationalism. And before we get into this, I want to remind you that
History is complicated.
True.
nationalism is a complex ideology with caveats and different interpretations that mean it would be reductionist to just call it good, bad, evil, or oppressive. It's also thought of as a relatively modern concept, but nationalism in one form or another can be seen all throughout history, even if it wasn't called that. What I mean to say is that
I try
we
to
aren't
sober up
just
so
talking about
aggressive. What the
Nazis,
fuck is this
okay?
weed?
They were nationalists,
Must be good
but
shit.
They weren't the only nationalists. So, nationalism is a strange creature that can equally arise out of strife and prosperity. The Republic or later Galactic Empire is one example of nationalism that arose out of strife. A galaxy-wide war, economic downturn, and fear of losing their way of life and traditions. The response to this is a nationalistic wave in hopes of a...
Safe and secure.
Becoming an empire is seen as a way to prevent that decay. On the other
Oh,
hand, we see
okay.
how the Fire Nation's nationalism arises out of prosperity.
Our nation is enjoying an unprecedented time of peace and wealth. Our people are happy. We should share this prosperity with the rest of the world. In our hands is the most successful empire in history.
Smokey
It's
here,
time
brew.
we expanded it.
The desire to build an empire doesn't come from fear of loss of the way of life, but out of this righteous belief that their way of life is better,
Yeah.
and thus they have
Eggy
a
is
right
death.
to spread it across the rest of the world.
Eggy is
But
death. Yeah, I
nationalism
don't know where
naturally
Eggy is.
enters the narrative of a story in a curious way that the other forces don't. A
He
desire
was in
for
here earlier, I
resources or
swear.
Security isn't necessarily as personal to your everyday lumberjack.
He said
village
something
in the
and then he had to
street. It was
go.
the Britannian military who needed the resource Securidite, and security on the border is usually dealt with by the government. In contrast,
fine, Valiant
nationalism is a
boy.
force that permeates the
Food
mindset
poisoning.
of
No, that
everyday
was
citizens on a very personal
that was
level. Now,
Muffin.
it's easy to show how nationalistic your empire is through banners everywhere and giant group gatherings.
I don't know
that
where
totally
Eggy
out the
is,
Nuremberg
and
rally,
I don't know
but
where Smokey
it can
is.
be more effective to show your nationalism through how your characters think. It's their traditions that are dying out. It's their philosophy that is superior. It's their economy that is so much damn better than the states around them. They've got plenty of reserve supplies, luxuries are readily available, and
Eggy
they've
Mail,
already
bro.
researched
I don't know where
rules,
Eggy
so
is.
they're practically immortal. This was
Yeah,
very much the case
true.
when it came to the expansion of the early Islamic caliphates, where they had a strong economy and academic culture that led to revolutions in science and mathematics for the day. But they also had a unifying religion that they believed others should adhere to as well. They had a belief and a duty to spread that to the rest of the world. Nationalism revolves around traditions, philosophies, religions, and ways of life that people value and care about on a deep and personal level. It's important to keep in mind how that can play into their character motivations, their relationships between those who come from that nationalism and those who don't, and societal functions like how they would want their education system to run. This also presents a challenge for writers where they have protagonists who grow up within a possibly racist, sexist, or condescending cultural environment of their empire. Why do they not adhere to this nationalistic
Multiple class
ideology or the
system.
racist or sexist undertones that come with it when everyone else around them does? Often there isn't a good reason given, they're just inexplicably naturally more moral or intelligent. Avatar the
Well, I never thought about this as a sexist thing, but male octopi being sexist against female octopi because female octopi are the only ones who can be voted in as a political leader, essentially. Everyone else is kind of stationed based upon, like, reputation and functionality, essentially.
WOAWW.
So, not only are the insectoids and avians like pissed at the octopi because the octopi have the ruling class of power, but the males also are slightly sexist against the females of the octopi species.
Last Airbender does a great job of this with Zuko. He did grow up in a nationalistic state, and it takes a difficult and long personal transformation for him to break down those preconceptions and emerge anew. He's not just magically better. But let's talk about the political structure behind nationalism. It's totally understandable to think that nationalism must lead to fascism with recent historical experiences like Hitler and Mussolini and, wow, that's a lot of fascist movements. But an absolute fascist leader doesn't necessarily follow a rise in nationalism. Gandhi was one such example of Indian nationalism not leading to fascism. What is true is that because nationalistic movements have incredibly emotional and personal motivations, it does often center around a single leader who embodies and encourages those sentiments. Napoleon was loved by many as someone who championed the values of the French Revolution, while Hitler advocated for German values, which included duty, industry, discipline, law, sovereignty, and order, things they felt they were losing in the wake of World War I. Even so, with or without this absolute figure at the head of government, nationalism does tend to result in a more centralized power structure. In Harry Turtledove's Timeline 191 series, the fascist Freedom Party seized power over waterways, they used economic planning, and they worked to undermine states' rights and their power to create laws in favor of their leaders' central authority. This is a pattern that we see in real fascist states as well. The government wanting to enforce a single law, a single culture, a single way of life in hopes of defending it across the entire state. and that requires local government to have less power to ensure that they cannot undermine that. A nationalistic empire does provide for a slightly different writing opportunity though, with a slightly different focus for the tension in the narrative. Nationalistic empires have an internal focus on creating this single culture and single law for the homeland. What happens to those who are part of the homeland but don't conform? History ranges from expulsion to pogroms to the Holocaust. But how would your empire deal with this internal conflict? It's not just concerned with the colonies or those
rioting.
Nationalistic empires
That would be basically the people that want the Beastmen to become part of the empire, part of the tree, and be allowed inside the tree and allowed to be adventurers, be given basically the rights and privileges of normal citizens. And people are just not having that shit. They're like, nah.
often result in
too soon, bro. Too soon.
And fascist governments with a single person at its center, but this is not required. They also usually result in centralized power, but this in turn causes the issues that we discussed around communication and control last video, which can destabilize the empire. A nationalistic empire also allows for a focus more on the citizens of the homeland who do or don't conform, while resource security empires often focus more on the conflict between those in and out of the homeland. Those are three important motivations for empire building, but how do they actually accomplish it? You might want to build an empire, but I'm sorry to break this to you, you need more than just hopes and dreams. Let's talk about one factor to consider.
You need to pull the moon out of the sky.
By which I mean those damn elite English longbowmen. The Romans conquered the tribes of Europe with ease through superior military tactics. In 1453, the Ottoman Empire conquered Constantinople due to a huge technological advantage. Cannons that could bring down the usually defensible walls. The British outmatched native groups with muskets. A great fictional example of this is the Fire Nation, with their industrialized economy, steam-powered ships, and mechanized siege weapons.
Politician, presidents, and stoners, all the wars
the
ended
Galactics
fixed.
and BVLS and
True, Valiant boy.
Humanity into its empire under threat.
What's the... if I can find it. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I can't find it. It's a scene in Rick and Morty where it's like Rick basically takes all the world leaders up and they all get high together and they all agree on all their shit.
Rate of its Hellburner weapons. You know, sci-fi is full of empires who conquer using superior technology rather than tactics. It's often just this boardroom of people going, right, what's our next plan? Our last laser machine was destroyed. I don't know. Hang on.
Wilds
what
today?
about
Yes, Valiant boy.
a bigger laser?
True.
Just fantastious. Give that man a raise.
True.
If the focus of your narrative is on the conflict your empire is in, then technological imbalance can be a complicating factor. One example of this is that the expansion of the Rashidun Caliphate was temporarily slowed by the walled cities of the Nile Delta. For a while, they didn't have the siege weapons or technology to easily take those cities on that terrain. In your writing, the question becomes, how does your empire evolve to deal with this, or does it back down? Technological imbalance will help determine the shape of the empire. They will often go to places they can easily take with their superior tech or tactics, rather than face down against an enemy who can fight them on equal ground. If your empire has managed to subsume more technologically advanced peoples than itself, then the reader may wonder why. So, what have we discussed today? Firstly, empires are often driven by resources. Where certain resources are found determines where they can expand.
True.
The type of economy helps determine how they do so. And climate and geography of the homeland are both factors to consider.
Indeed.
Controlling a valuable resource may also give a natural center to the empire.
The crystal.
Secondly, empires are often driven by security and uniting their people or taking over enemy lands.
Being
to
inside the
protect
tree is a
themselves.
fucking utopia.
Defensible borders, buffer zones for the homeland, and
No
strategic
one can enter
points
without
of
the
control may help
permission
determine
of the
where
monarch.
their empire expands to. These are often more land-based or landlocked than islands. It is also a measure of ensuring internal security. Thirdly, empires are often driven by nationalism in the wake of strife or prosperity. It's important to
And the
show this
nationalism is
mentality in
everyone
minds
inside of the tree
everyday
kicking the
citizens.
adventurers out.
And this presents a challenge for a protagonist who grew up with it, and it may more easily allow for a narrative that focuses on internal tensions. It often results in fascism, but it does not need to. Fourthly, Empires nearly always have a tactical or technological advantage against those that they absorb.
True.
But that is part 2, and I'll be back with a discussion around why your empire failed later in the week. If you'd like to support...
So where's this part 3? Why did your empire fail? I didn't know there was a part 3.
So I think everyone can...
There it is.
Spoilers for the grand tale that is the arc of history, but... Every empire eventually falls, and they fall for a host of reasons. Economic downturn, infighting, engaging in a land war in Asia, or going up against a Sicilian when death is on the line. Like all of history, how empires fall is complicated. Incredibly complicated. We'll be splitting this discussion into 4 parts: reality versus revolution, the 3 C's, succession crises, and repercussions. And usually I wouldn't be able to do multiple weeks with just a single video, but lucky for me and you, today's video is sponsored by Squarespace. I even have a site of my own, and to celebrate this unexpected little trilogy, I'll be putting up the script for each of these videos, parts 1 through to 3, all on there for you to refer back to yourself. Think of them like research notes. So if you want them, go get those, but also start your free Squarespace trial today at squarespace.com/HelloFutureMe and use my code, that's important, HelloFutureMe, to get 10% off your first purchase. Click the link down below. Welcome to part 3 of a planned 15-minute, 1-part series. My mod even said, Tim, this is gonna be 3 parts, and I was like, what? No, but here I am. 36 hours of no sleep later. You were right.
True.
Happy now. Firstly, reality versus revolution. It's very common to read stories where the evil empire falls due to the glorious revolution of discontented lumberjacks and communist berry pickers. But the reality is that empires often fracture and decline slowly over years or even decades. The Western Roman Empire collapsed over 2 centuries due to a myriad of economic, military, and government problems that we'll discuss soon. The Eastern Roman Empire, or the Byzantines, rose and fell gradually over the next 1,000 years. The Mongol Empire fractured into 4 parts following a succession crisis and then was slowly eaten away at by numerous small revolutions for a whole century. It took nearly 6 decades for the British Empire to break apart due to a shift against colonization in the geopolitical realm. Even the Umayyad Caliphate, which was overthrown in the Abbasid Revolution, declined economically and politically for 2 decades before the actual revolution happened. When world building an empire that falls to revolution, it's critical to keep in mind that it's often preceded by a long period of economic instability, cultural fracturing, and a shifting political environment.
True, all of those are present.
Is that the fracturing of an empire has often been found to be exponential. It breaks a little bit, then it breaks a little bit more, and then it breaks all at once. The revolution.
It's like everything's been lined up for it to snap in half.
The empire is at its weakest. If your story is about a revolution, it can help ground it in a realism by showing that shift in the economic well-being for everyday citizens, seeing the struggle to maintain border states, or the instability between factions in the government, to show why revolution is possible now, but it wasn't possible before. A common exception to this is short-lived empires, like Nazi Germany, which collapsed incredibly quickly very soon after its formation. And one problem that we have as writers is that if the empire is already in decline, then it can make it feel like less of a threat for our heroes. In the Hunger Games, the capital loses virtually every battle from the start, and is clearly at a weak point at the beginning of the revolution. Collins addresses this problem by shifting the tension away from whether the rebels will succeed to whether characters will survive, and the morals around the methods of rebellion. Gale intentionally allowing the deaths of children, and Coin wanting to punish the capital's children in the aftermath. If your empire is already in decline, think about the areas of your story that the reader cannot predict or will have opinions on, and develop those as driving points of tension in the narrative.
True.
Let's talk about
That's
how
why
kids
chapter
can
2 is there.
Absolutely everything, including the empire that you worked so hard on with a succession crisis. Empire governments, especially at the start, are often heavily reliant on the legitimacy of that central living leader. Think Napoleon, Alexander the Great, Sargon of Akkad. meaning the transfer of power to the next ruler becomes a lot more difficult. One kind of succession crisis is where there is no clear successor. After the death of Genghis Khan, this uniting figure for the Mongol Empire, the legitimacy of that central authority began to slip. Eventually, Mongol Khan died in 1259 with no declared successor, leading to infighting between his sons, Kublai and Arik. Without Genghis, there was no agreement about who deserved the title of Great Khan between the citizens of the empire or those who could have been Great Khan, leading to the empire fracturing into 4 parts, and from this point, the empire would progressively lose more territory. And within this, it's important to think about how your empire actually legitimizes its rulers. In George R. R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire,
The monarchy,
Fire Rebellion
and
began when the king legitimized his bastard son and gave him the sword that was traditionally given to the heir to the throne, the sword of Aegon the Conqueror, that central figure. This temporarily fractured the kingdom and led to numerous rebellions throughout history against the true-born heirs. Whether your empire is an oligarchy, a meritocracy, or an autocracy, consider which traditions and symbols people recognize and respect that may arise from that central figure's life, and how they may weaken the empire by complicating that transfer of power. Another kind of
That's
succession
exactly
crisis
what
is
happens
where
at the beginning of the
empire
book.
Purposefully divides itself amongst its successors because, why? Just why? This doesn't happen very often in fiction, but the best historical example of this is the Carolingian Empire. Louis the Pious ended up splitting his empire along these lines, and well, what do you think happened to the sliver of land between sort of France and sort of Germany? Multiple people feel entitled to that mantle of authority, and it just collapses from infighting. And lastly, a common kind of succession crisis that is particularly relevant to the fall of an empire is where the single, often all-powerful ruler is removed by the powers that keep them there. Sadly, in fiction, empires, kings, khans, and supreme leaders often just stay in power because plot. But in reality,
not
emperors
really.
or central authority
Not
figures
at all.
are kept in power by generals or wealthy benefactors, parliamentarians, or government officials who all have something to gain by keeping them there. In Avatar: The Last Airbender, Long Feng was the de facto ruler of Ba Sing Se.
What's most important to His Royal Majesty is maintaining the cultural heritage of Ba Sing Se. It's my job to oversee the rest of the city's resources, including the military.
He's your puppet.
It's the Earth King's trust in him that keeps him in power, but it's the Dai Li, the secret police, who enforce his will across the city. However, the Dai Li eventually choose to replace him with Azula. His power was dependent on them keeping him there. A similar instance can be found with the Janissaries in the Ottoman Empire, who often played a suspicious role in choosing the next sultan. It was quite Hunger Gamesy at points. If the tension
Just
in your
dropping
story
some
revolves
love
around
and talk, have a
political
vibrant
drama during the
stream.
fall
Welcome
of an
your
empire,
Essentia.
then these
Thank you,
questions are
thank you.
particularly
Have a good
pertinent.
stream
Who are
yourself
the
if you're
factions that
streaming.
keep the
If not,
current
have a
power
great
structures in
day. If
place in
both,
the
have both.
Why do they
Thanks.
remain loyal? And what could motivate them to change?
Flow and flow,
but
babe.
the reason that this kind of succession crisis so often contributes to the fall of an empire is the aftermath. Nobody agrees on who should replace them or what kind of government system should come after. It was members of the Roman Senate, Brutus and Cassius, that removed Caesar from power with 23 democratic stabs to the chest, but their actions nearly fractured the empire when they threw it into the bloody Liberators' Civil War, as people disputed which government structure should rise up. It didn't create an instant era of peace and prosperity for all. A succession crisis can come from having no clear legitimate successor, having multiple legitimate successors, or the fallout of calling the legitimacy of the current ruler into question. The first causes conflict between those who could be that successor, the second destroys the important support of central authority, and the third causes disputes over who should replace them and which kind of government system should rise in their place.
True.
And within this, it's crucial to consider how power transfers in regards to traditions, symbols, or how powerful factions within the government legitimize rulers. The Lord Ruler in Sanderson's Final Empire in the Mistborn series avoided this entirely by using its magic system to become eternally youthful, meaning the Empire never faced the problems around the transfer of power because it always retained that central figure. Thirdly,
technically that's what the Viceroy and
we
the
discussed how communication, control, and commerce
Viceroy and the
keep an
Monarch
empire
are like
working,
10,000
and
years
I
old,
encourage
right?
you to go
So
check that out for a more in-depth discussion. Necessarily, if any one of these things that keep them working are lost, then they become more likely to collapse. Losing communication can cripple the Empire's capacity to coordinate and defend itself across its huge territory. In Warhammer 40k, a thing called the Astronomicon allows the Empire to communicate across impossibly large distances, govern across the galaxy, and coordinate men and resources around to respond to threats inside and out. In a cataclysmic event known as the Noctis Aeterna, the Empire lost access to the Astronomicon, planets became isolated, and the Empire lost the ability to contact and assist those who needed it. Many planets were wholly slaughtered, and some planets tried to exercise this newfound independence and secede. The whole Empire virtually fractured for a period and had to be entirely reforged, all because it lost the ability to communicate. Interestingly, the inverse of this can also contribute to the collapse of an empire. Too much communication between citizens.
Yeah,
for the most part,
that's kind of what happens here, is too many people talking, too many people spreading their own words and own propaganda among the people in order to get them to be fanatics, and when the moment finally comes, they fucking explode and try to kill people and riot.
But the colonies communicating with one another. On the road to revolution, you rebel scum opposed taxes and tariffs. This network meant that they could more easily coordinate resources and men to put up an effective effort. Alone, each of the colonies were doomed, but through increased communication between citizens, they became A, more likely to develop a mutual cultural identity, which they did, and B, they were more able to secede from the Empire. As we discussed, maintaining control of the filthy peasants is vital for the survival of any empire, trying to your citizens. An empire doesn't just fall because it loses its emperor, it falls because it loses the methods of control that we discussed in the first video. Terror, propaganda, self-governance, preferentiality, and assimilation, as well as a number of other things. Losing those means losing taxes, resources, commerce, members of the military, coordination, the ability to easily move forces through a given region, and it's that causes the downfall of an empire. In Orwell's 1984, we see how Winston begins to see through the propaganda designed to make him want to be a part of Oceania and fear those living outside of it when he begins reading books. No longer believing that propaganda, he begins to make moves for revolution. Now in the story, this fails, well, horribly, but it does raise an interesting point. Effective state propaganda is largely dependent on the state being the primary source of truth and information about the well-being of the nation and the outside world for its citizens. In constructing the fall of your empire, consider how connected your citizens really are. This also means that the failure of propaganda is a lot more likely to play a part in the fall.
Which is why the propaganda comes mainly from the people, not from the government.
It makes it a lot easier for citizens to communicate other ideas.
But you know, those people are in positions of government because of their beliefs,
to imagine that the town's only source of information about the rest of the empire is provided by the occasional traveler and the government, meaning they have nothing to compare it to. They would just believe it if it read the Huns are a terrible civilization in Age of Empires. Oh wait, no, that's not propaganda, that's true. How centralized or decentralized the power structure is in an empire is crucial to its formation and survival, but it's also crucial to whether or not it will fall. The Qing dynasty in China collapsed due to its extremely centralized power. It increased the power of the central state with its legalist philosophical approach, attempting to impose a standardized culture on the states, using harsh punishments, focusing on large industrial projects and military expansion, leaving the local issues of the states unresolved. Naturally, people felt wholly alienated and dominated. This led to revolts, and it collapsed within 15 years. Now, these flaws in extremely centralized power have led the Roman Empire, the Mongol Empire, and figures like Alexander the Great to decentralize a lot of their power. But empires, well, they're fickle things, and divesting too much power from the center can also contribute to its downfall. The provinces start wondering, wait, why are we paying taxes to this dude with a crown that can walk insanely fast for someone of that size again? This was precisely part of the reason that the Chinese Zhou dynasty fell. It was so decentralized that the center's power was dwarfed by the surrounding three states of Qin, Qi, and Chu. Power had slowly divested in its declining years, with each state essentially having its own military structure and managing its own agricultural sector. Two powers that are usually reserved for the central authority. Soon enough, it just broke apart, because there were no teeth behind that central power and the local bodies didn't need it. In world building your collapsing empire, you might consider which powers the central authority needed to maintain control, and which powers it is losing.
Connection with the Beastmen.
To assert itself across its territory.
And the
A unified
neutrality
military
turning
is
into
usually
hate
the
and
most
spite.
basic power. But which critical historical powers arise out of your fictional world? What happens if it gives up the power to tax a vital resource, produce a certain advanced sci-fi technology, or it hands over the power to run a wizarding education system to its regions, resulting in a group of mages loyal to the states rather than to that central authority? Every empire will be underpinned by different fundamental powers, and the divestiture of those will contribute to its fall. Now, holding together this vast range of people groups with different cultures and languages is hard, and one method to deal with this is giving the empire a unifying culture that helps it maintain stability. In other words, assimilation. This can range from the brutal suppression of native languages and cultures, like what happened under the British Empire, to mild...
The assimilation in this case is the effect of entertainment. They don't take it seriously as, like, their religion and history. They just take it as stories that they tell. And it's all basically fiction to them.
in New Zealand, to unifying
But they like the
practices
idea
like
of
incentivizing
stories.
a path to citizenship or the Colosseum in Rome. In the waning years of the Roman Empire, a number of Germanic tribes were taken into the empire, but the strategies used to help them assimilate into a single military, a single culture, and become citizens were largely abandoned. This led to a constituent military group that the empire depended on, but didn't truly think of themselves as part of the empire. This particular dynamic would contribute to the destabilization and the eventual fracturing of the Western Roman Empire, in which the Germanic tribes played a major role in its fall, either attempting to change a culture of a people to fit the empire too much, doing so too quickly, or not helping them assimilate at all, can result in that region of the empire fracturing. Secondly, it's not uncommon for the secession of one people to spark the secession of others around them. This is why empires tend to fracture a little bit, and then a little more, and then all at once. This is what we saw happened with the late Khanates, as these people saw others around them rebelling and wished to reassert control of themselves too. They never truly assimilated into the Mongol Empire. Fundamentally, all of these different strategies come down to the most important thing an empire needs: good farm placement. I mean, preferentiality. Making it preferable for a citizen to be a part of the empire rather than outside of the empire. This can be through self-governance, assimilation, propaganda, or otherwise, or terror, because leaving means signing up to the enemy of the state club.
If you're not with me, then you're my enemy. Only
most empires
deals in absolutes.
A great example of preferentiality contributing to the fall of the empire is elsewhere in the Elder Scrolls. The Khajiit heavily depend on the moon, both culturally and religiously. When the two moons vanished in what was known as the Void Nights, it was chaos. It caused economic downturn and widespread panic.
I mean, that's kind of what happened to the Beastmen.
Preserve their way
it was
of
a lot worse.
Why should these men in a far-off land hold authority over them when they couldn't even help protect them from the real threats? In contrast, the Eldmeri Dominion claimed responsibility for bringing the moons back some years later, leading to a wave of support for them to join the Dominion, as they preferred being part of an empire that they felt could protect them. And so they did. They seceded, contributing to the empire's collapse. Individuals will prefer to be part of an empire for different reasons: economic opportunity, religious freedom, security, protection of their way of life, and others. Consider how the events of your story affect the personal motivations of your characters, how they change them, and how widespread that change is. A region won't secede because one person feels their way of life is threatened, but it might if a large group feel that way. But alas, the lifeblood of any state, any empire, any anarcho-syndicalist commune that takes turns where each person gets to act as the executive officer of the week: commerce. Economic disaster is almost an historical constant prior to change in a government system, either violently or peacefully. This is at two levels: the government having no money and the people having no money. One of the advantages of empires that makes them work and wealthy is how interconnected and free their trade is. A wider variety of goods can be exchanged at more competitive prices, but this interconnectivity is a double-edged sword because of a thing called economic contagion. The economic prospects of more people are intertwined, meaning collapse in one place has more widespread consequences. But how does this economic downturn happen?
Cascading
it's
effect.
a vicious cycle a lot of the time. An unstable economic climate means lower business confidence. Lower business confidence means people save more than they spend. People saving means that less money is cycling through the economy, and that means a more stagnant and unstable economic climate, all leading to an unhappy populace and eventual collapse. The Byzantines lost the ability to finance their defences, buy enough food during famines, and repair government buildings when they were destroyed. Funnily enough, they actually couldn't afford to hire the very mechanic who invented the cannons that would be employed by Mehmed II in the fall of Constantinople in 1453. The effects of economic downturn are both internal and external. Firstly, instability means people are more likely to revolt or secede, increasing the likelihood that the empire will collapse internally. Secondly, it lowers government revenue, crippling its administration, preventing it from defending its borders, and increasing the likelihood that it will collapse externally, as powers outside encroach or regions secede, which in turn reduces faith people have in the empire. But let's talk about the one thing that empires expect less than the Spanish Inquisition: disease. The Roman Empire fell for a dozen reasons, but it was undermined in its final centuries by 3 different intercontinental pandemic events: the Justinianic Plague, the Antonine Plague, and the Plague of Cyprian. This massive loss of life meant losing commerce and trade as people fled urban centres. It made communication networks a lot slower, and for a time its military shrunk, making it less capable of defending its borders, meaning it had to rely on foreign mercenaries, weakening faith of the people in the empire. If you're looking to distinguish the fall of your sci-fi empire from others, an intergalactic pandemic event that eviscerates its economy, communication networks, and government structures may be the way to do it.
True.
Authors tend to relegate effects of disease to history or fantasy, but microbial pandemics are far from irrelevant. And finally, let's talk about what happens when
Welcome
death
back,
clears the zone
Valiant
for
boy. How's it going?
repercussions. Because the fall of the major government system in a region always results in just a peaceful dissolution of the states and establishment of democracy. Like in Star Wars. Yeah, no. That is just spitting in the face of reality, because humans are really not good at agreeing on what to do after we take down the
Queen
government.
Online
We're
when?
more into the whole
2 shots of
Civil war and chaos.
We're really good at that. The sudden collapse of an empire, whether it be malevolent or not, has repercussions. What happens to its colonies? What happens to those dependent on its social welfare system? The collapse may dismantle many things that people oppose.
Queen,
but
I don't
it
know what
also
you're talking
dismantles
about. You mean
important support
Exentia?
systems that
She was
society
in here
relies on.
earlier.
The story of The Promise deals with the aftermath of the Fire Nation's 100-year empire-building expansion, with the colony of Yu Dao. The Earth Kingdom wanted the Fire Nation citizens wholly gone, and the Fire Nation believed they were protecting people who had built their lives there. It led to nearly a whole nother war, an assassination attempt on those behind the plans for peace, the major political figures of the day turning on one another when they had once been united before the Fire Empire's fall, and it's implied that there may have been racially motivated pogroms taking place. Whether your empire collapses from incompetence, revolution, or rapid secession, this often leads to a horrific power struggle both locally and centrally, as people vie for what they feel would work best. The French Revolution was built on the ideas of liberalism, democracy, not stealing your allies' gold, opposition to arbitrary power, but it ended up with Napoleon, an autocrat just the same in the wake of a bloody and chaotic overhaul of the political system of France. Panem in the Hunger Games is essentially an empire, and Katniss kills President Coin when she realizes that she will bring about a new retributive reign against those who lived in the capital, including their children. Vengeance, retribution, and a desire for power are very much real motivations for those who want to do away with an empire. Consider how these play into the aftermath of your story more so than the lead-up, especially if major characters in your story have these as part of their motivation. Did they just forget what may have happened to them, and are they happy to let the once ruling class walk free? Are they happy to just let another group of people seize power? And this is kind of a pet peeve of mine: stories that center around the fall of an empire have a tendency to take the hive mind approach to
Not gonna lie, I got no clue what happens in Hunger Games. Me
Me
neither, really.
Crown or the top members of
I haven't watched it in
government wielding the
forever.
pointy
I
stick
only
of
think I
rule
watched
of
the first
authority.
one.
But the reality is that
Yeah,
History
pretty
is
much.
complicated.
removing the head per se of an empire doesn't necessarily mean an empire will collapse. Umar was one of the most influential caliphs in Islamic history. He was the ruler of the Rashidun Caliphate for a decade. But even after his assassination, the empire took up a new successor and it continued to expand and prosper. Huge sprawling empires across continents and galaxies or dimensions will still persist so long as they maintain networks of control, communication, and commerce, even if they have to change and adapt to survive. A rebellion doesn't just have to kill the person who currently controls the empire. They have to destroy that ability to control in the first place.
Yeah.
We have talked a lot about empires in this series. A 15-minute video turned into 25, and a one-part...
Which is like the only way to truly get rid of the monarch and the viceroy is to basically blow up the planet.
Series turned into a trilogy
Surprise!
that is literally the length of a feature film. If only there was a way for me to share all my notes with you on this trilogy of videos. Oh wait, there is. Because while
History is complicated.
website building doesn't have to be, and I would know because I've been able to build my own website with today's sponsor, Squarespace, where I've put up all the scripts for each of these videos for you to keep for yourself when world building your empire. That way you don't have to refer back to the video every single time. I found it's pretty easy to design a website that looks professional but doesn't take hours of coding, which is nice for me. It'll be really cool to see where I can take this website with you, as I've never really had one before. What I really want to know though is what you want from this kind of website. Should we showcase pieces of writing from the community? Should we show pictures of Mishka? Let me know down in the comments below. Squarespace is flexible for any kind of artist, YouTuber, writer, emperor, dictator, or Teuton empire builder, whatever you might be, and it has 365 24/7 support when you need it. Lucky for both me and you, Squarespace is offering you 10% off your first purchase with them if you just go to squarespace.com/hellofutureme, or click the link down in the description below to start building your own website. That's squarespace.com/hellofutureme and get started today. Link in the description. You should just totally do it. It really helps the channel. So what have we discussed today? Firstly, empires often fracture slowly over decades or centuries, and where they are overthrown by revolution, this is usually preceded by a period of political and economic instability.
That's
Secondly,
exactly what
succession
happens.
crises create a political instability that often leads to civil war and destroy the political cohesion needed for an empire.
Indeed.
This is often due to uncertainty in how transfer of power should happen. Thirdly, losing communication networks or too much communication between citizens can undermine
Too much
centralized
communication.
authority. Too aggressive assimilation, too much centralized power, or too little causes states to rebel or secede, collapsing the empire. Fourthly, consider why people groups prefer to stay in the empire and what story events change that.
Yeah.
Loss of commerce means higher unemployment, lower living standards, and increased likelihood of revolt. It also decreases government revenue, preventing it from fulfilling its duties, and that lowers faith in the empire. Fifthly, disease can cripple communication, control systems, and commerce. Sixthly, the aftermath of a fallen empire is complex. Factions will fight for who should be in control where, groups held together by the empire will come to heads, and regions will have to adapt without these central government networks. You know, I said to myself, Tim, this is gonna be a shorter video than the first one. Don't worry how wrong I was. I made it
True.
to the end of the series. 3 parts, essentially a feature-length film. This was a lot of fun. It's brought a host of people to the channel, so thank you. Thank you for joining. Go check out the rest of my content, the website I made, my Patreon if you're interested. In the meantime, I have to go write a 3,000-word essay that's due in like...
Alright, so we're gonna skip the Reddit stories, and we're gonna go straight into these. all of this shit. Names especially. All right. In the rugged fjords of 13th century Norway, nestled among the pine-clad cliffs, lay the village of Skogum. Here, life was defined by the sea, and from this place sailed the longship known as the Fjord Serpent, captained by Eirik the Iron Fist. Eirik was a formidable sailor, his face weathered by salt and sun, his eyes sharp with the cunning of a wolf. His second in command was Bjorn the Hunter, whose skill with a bow was unmatched, his silent stalking feared by the deer and the bear alike. Together, they led a crew of 5 trusted comrades, Halvar the Strong, whose broad shoulders could hoist the mightiest of sails, Sigurd the Wise, whose knowledge of the stars guided their path, Leif the Quick, nimble and fast as an arrow, Olaf the Bold, fearless in battle, and Arne the Silent, whose quiet nature belied his strength and loyalty. Their mission was to sail west, to seek new lands, new trade routes, or perhaps the mythical Vinland. Their enemy was not man, but the unpredictable and often treacherous waters they navigated. The North Sea was a beast with moods as changeable as the sky above, and the Fjord Serpent was its reluctant prey. The voyage began with promise. The sea was calm, the winds favorable. The crew sank The voyage began with promise. The sea was calm, the winds favorable. The crew sang old Viking songs, their voices blending with the rhythmic creaking of the ship. But as they ventured further west, the sky darkened ominously. The sea, sensing their presence, began to stir. A storm was brewing, its approach heralded by thunder that echoed like the drums of the gods. Waves rose like mountains, and the winds howled with the ferocity of wolves. Eirik, standing at the helm, knew this was no ordinary squall, but a tempest that could make or break their journey. Under the wrath of the storm, the Fjord Serpent fought valiantly, but was no match for the unleashed fury of nature. Waves crashed over the ship, threatening to sweep the crew into the abyss. In the chaos, Sigurd the Wise was the first to go, swept away as he tried to secure a sail. Halvar, attempting to save him, met the same fate, his strength useless against the sea's cold embrace. The loss struck a blow to the heart of the crew, their numbers halved in an instant. With the storm showing no signs of abating, Eirik and Bjorn took command, their voices cutting through the wind, directing the remaining crew. Leif and Olaf clung to the ship, using their might to keep it from capsizing, while Arn, ever silent, navigated by sheer instinct, his hands steady on the ropes. Eirik, with eyes like steel, steered the ship through the maelstrom, his every move a dance with death. Bjorn, his arrows now useless, stood by his captain, his presence a silent testament to their undying resolve. Together they managed to keep the Fjord Serpent afloat, though its path was now dictated by the will of the storm. As dawn broke, the storm began to weaken, but not before one last cruel twist of fate. The Fjord Serpent, battered and broken, met its end against unseen rocks. The sea claiming its prize, the ship tattered, its pieces scattered across the strange, unknown shore. Eirik and Bjorn, the only survivors, found themselves washed up on a land unlike any they had seen. The trees were different, the air was thick with unfamiliar scents, and the ground was soft and foreign beneath their feet. They were far from home, in a land that might have been Finland, or something entirely new. Exhausted, both men knew the journey had changed them irrevocably. They had lost more than comrades. They had lost a part of themselves to the sea. But in this new world, there was a chance to start anew, to carve out a saga of not of conquest, but of survival and perhaps discovery. As they looked out over the unfamiliar horizon, Eirik spoke with a voice roughened by salt and sorrow. "We are Vikings, Bjorn. We do not die, we merely find new lands to conquer." And with that they began their trek inland, their spirits unbroken, their legacy yet to be written in this new land's history. Story 1. Alright. Story 2. Into the sands. He had walked for days, his feet blistering, his mind clouded with singular thoughts of survival. His village was teetering on the edge of starvation. The once fertile lands now barren, the animals that once roamed in abundance now shadows of memory. The hunter, known among his people for his skill and bravery, had ventured beyond the familiar plains, his spear in hand, his heart heavy with the responsibility to feed his kin. The landscape changed as he walked, a transition from the soft green-tinged grasses of the plains to the harsh, unforgiving expanse of a desert plain. The sun beat down relentlessly, turning the sand into a sea of molten gold that stretched onto the horizon. He had heard tales of an oasis, a life-giving pool hidden among these dunes, where perhaps he could find not only water, but game that had not yet been hunted to extinction. He trudged forward, every step sinking slightly into the baking dunes. His eyes scanned for any sign of life or water. The landscape was deceptive. The shimmering mirages played tricks on the mind, offering visions of relief that evaporated upon closer inspection. But he was a hunter, trained to see through illusion, to wait for the right moment, but today the desert seemed intent on testing his resolve. The ground beneath him felt different suddenly, less firm, more giving. Too late. He realized his error. His foot had sunk into a patch of quicksand, the desert's cruel trap for the unwary. Panic surged through him as he attempted to pull his leg free, only to find himself sinking deeper with each frantic movement. His heart raced, his breath came in short, sharp gasps as the sand began to claim him, inch by inch. He tried everything, spreading his weight, lying back, even attempting to use his spear as a lever to pry himself free. But the more he struggled, the quicker the sand enveloped him, drawing him into its silent, dusty embrace. His weapons, his tools of survival, were useless here. The knowledge passed down through generations, the skills honed in the hunt, all were powerless against this elemental force. As the sand reached his waist, then his chest, his movements grew weaker, his energy sapped by the relentless sun and his own futile efforts. His thoughts turned to his village, to the children who would go another night without food, to the elders who had trusted him to bring back sustenance. The weight of his failure pressed down on him more heavily than the sand itself. Now, with only his head above the surface, the hunter ceased his struggles. There was a strange calm and resignation, a peace and acceptance. He looked up at the sky, now turning from the harsh blue of day to the deep purple of dusk, and began to pray. His voice was soft, barely a whisper, his words carried by the wind to the gods he believed watched over his people. "I have failed," he murmured, "but watch over them, give them strength. Bring them the rain. Guide them to new lands where the earth is kind. Let my sacrifice be their salvation. As the last of the light faded and his face was slowly claimed by the sand, his prayers continued, quieter now, until they were no more than the silent pleadings of a spirit passing into the vast indifferent desert, his form disappearing beneath the sands, leaving no trace, his life given back to the land from which it had once thrived. The desert plain, now silent under the stars, held no memory of the hunter, but in the village far away they would speak of him with reverence, his story a legend of sacrifice, his end a poignant reminder of the harshness of their world, and the undying spirit required to survive it. Inspection. In the year 2015, beneath the cold, dark waves of the Atlantic Ocean, lay a secret government installation known only to a select few. It was here, in this underwater labyrinth of steel and secrecy, that Dr. Helen Carter and Dr. Samuel Vega conducted their clandestine inspection. They stood in a vast, dimly lit chamber where the walls shimmered with the pressure of the surrounding ocean. Before them was an awe-inspiring sight, an exact replica of the International Space Station. Suspended in the water, its modules connected by tubes and cables, mimicking the zero-gravity environment of space. Dr. Carter, a physicist with a sharp mind and sharper tongue, ran her hand along the surface of one of the modules. "Look at this, Samuel. It's perfect. Down to the last bolt, an exact replica. But why? Why go through all this trouble?" Dr. Vega, an aerospace engineer with a beard that seemed to harbor as many secrets as the base itself, adjusted his glasses to keep the illusion alive, Helen. All those broadcasts from space, the images, the supposed experiments, it's all theater. They've been faking space travels in the public since the 60s. Helen peered through the porthole of a module, her reflection merging with the shadowy interior. I always suspected something was off, the physics of some of those live feeds. But to think, we've been deceiving the world on such a scale? Why? Samuel led her to a control room where screens flickered with data feeds and video archives. Disasters, Helen. Space is unforgiving. The real space program, the one that's been hidden, has had more than its fair share of tragedies. It was decided that the public couldn't handle the truth, the potential for panic, the loss of faith in science. They watched as footage played on one screen showing an actual space mission. Far from the public eye, the video was grainy, the sound distorted, but the image of a spacecraft spinning out of control before crashing was unmistakable. "See?" Samuel pointed at the screen. "This was supposed to be a routine supply mission. Instead, it became a lesson in what can go wrong. They can't show this to the world. It would end the dream of space exploration." Helen shook her head, her eyes reflecting both horror and fascination. "So we keep this charade going, using this replica to simulate conditions for the public's consumption." "Exactly," Samuel confirmed. "We train astronauts here, conduct experiments, all while the world watches what we want them to see. The real missions, the ones to Mars, the mining operations on asteroids, they're all kept under wraps. We're decades ahead of what's publicly known." They moved back to the replica, now seeing it not just as a marvel of engineering, but as a monument to deception. Helen touched one of the solar panels, feeling its cold, metallic surface. "And what about the ethics of this, Samuel? Are we just supposed to keep lying?" Samuel sighed, looking into the dark water surrounding their hidden world. That's the question, isn't it? But consider this. If the public knew, funding might dry up, and all this progress could stop. Sometimes the lie is necessary for the greater good. As they prepared to leave the chamber, Helen looked back at the mock ISS. We're playing with fire, Samuel. One day, this secret will come out, and when it does, it might burn us all. The two scientists left the room, the weight of their knowledge settling around them like the deep ocean pressure. They knew that what they had seen, what they were a part of, was both a testament to human ingenuity and a testament to human deceit. Alright. Well, we got through that pretty fucking fast. So guess what time it is, guys? Ooh. Wait, it's out? I didn't know it was out. Damn, man, time flies. I knew it was coming out in April, but I didn't know it was coming out, like, at the beginning of April. I should have fucking queued this up. That's embarrassing. I feel like I should read another story now. This one's pretty short. Let's just do this one. In the dense, verdant jungles of the Amazon in the year 2010, the day began like any other for the Yawanawa tribe, a group living in near total isolation from the modern world. However, this morning was different. The jungle whispered of change with the crash of a small airplane that had gone down in the night, its remnants scattered like strange seeds among the trees. The first to stumble upon the wreckage was Kanu, a young Yawanawa hunter known for his keen eyes and silent steps. He found the debris, puzzled by the twisted metal and torn fabric, but it was the gleaming utensils that caught his attention. He picked up a shiny object, a spoon, its smooth surface reflecting the jungle's light. Kanu held it up. The tribe's elders and warriors gathered around, their faces etched with curiosity and caution. Tupa, the tribe's shaman, with his face painted in the colors of the earth and sky, approached. He took the spoon from Kanu, turning it over in his hands, feeling the cool metal, so different from the wood and bone of their own tools. "This is not of the forest," he said, his voice a low, thoughtful rumble. Next, Yara, a young woman known for her agility and courage, found a fork. She poked at the ground, watching in fascination as the fork's prongs penetrated the soil. She laughed, the sound of melody in the quiet morning. As she tried to understand this new tool, she mimicked spearing fish with it, much to the amusement of the onlookers. Then there was JC, the tribe's best hunter, who discovered a knife amidst the wreckage. The blade was unlike any he had seen, sharp and unyielding. JC tested it against a vine. The knife sliced through it with ease. His eyes widened. He understood this could change the way they hunted, prepared food, and defended themselves. The tribe's chief, Arawa, stood back, observing his people's reactions. He was a man of few words, but great wisdom. He knew that these objects from the sky could be both a gift and a curse. We must learn from this, he finally spoke, but we must not lose who we are. The tribe spent hours examining these strange utensils, debating their uses. Children played with the spoon, banging it against trees to hear the sound, while adults pondered the fork's utility, imagining it used in gathering fruits or digging for roots. They discussed how the knife could make their daily lives easier, yet they were wary of becoming too dependent on such foreign things. As the sun climbed higher, casting long shadows through the canopy, the Yawanawa decided to keep these artifacts not as everyday tools, but as symbols of a world beyond their jungle, a reminder of the vastness of creation. They would learn what they could, but maintain their traditions. That night, around the communal fire, stories were told of the sky's gifts, and each utensil was passed around, each touch a moment of connection between their ancient ways and the new world that had quite literally fallen into their laps. The Yawanawa, guardians of their heritage, would embrace this change with the same respect they gave the jungle itself. Alright, here we go. Monster Hunter time. I don't even know if we're high enough level to do Misasune. Let's find out. So I don't know if it's 50 or 100, because I'm like 53 or something like that. So look how many more stories we have to go. We have 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 AI stories plus 2 of mine and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 speed runs. So we still have like 40 more stories we have to read. Oh man. And I gotta make a new one of remember to do the layout change. Yes, thank you, Levi. Thank you, good sir. I also need to change the category as well. That's good shit. Smell good, boys. Smell good. Werner says he wants to talk to me. In Suja, it's urgent. Alright. So what weapon are we going to use against this motherfucker? Heavy bow gun. Oh, fuck yes. This is gonna be a fucking good hunt, boys. This is gonna be a good fucking hunt. Alright, I'm excited. Hey, back, sorry. No worries, Valiant Boy, welcome back. Forgot to change. To change what? Category? It's all good, I got it. Yeah, never change, Valiant Boy. We want you to always be the same. You know, change in small ways, but your overall personality. Don't change that. It's too grand. Why is it lagging? The fuck is this? Is it done? I feel like this is a really weak heavy bowgun. Let's see what we can do. Kangala. None of them are good. That's unfortunate.
Smokey is gone?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's been gone for a while, Valium. This looks really good. I don't have a
forgot to
sleep
say bye.
sack. Fuck. Yeah, it looks like we're just using this shit gun, but it doesn't matter. It's a heavy bow gun. We're gonna annihilate either way. Can't do this right now. Okay. Forgot to say bye. I don't. You're good, Valiant Boy. I don't know why the fuck I'm lagging though. It's fucking annoying. Here we go.
悪いな。竜頭のことでちょいと話したい。もちろんオリビアも一緒にな。待っててくれ。呼んでくる。
鳥の体。ベルナが呼んだのか。まあいい。では。竜頭の現状についてだ。あの区域はしばらく封印状態にしていたが、耳の方からご報告をいただいてな。
そう、いつしかかすかなささやきが届くようになってね。それが何かはわからなかったけど、今は感じる。もうじき芽吹きが訪れることを。
まさかゾシアが。
ゾシア。
現地でもつぼみ状の繭が複数確認できた。小さなものをいくつか排除してみたが、体制に影響はないようだ。
だから竜頭を止めようって話だろ。なら俺だって何度でも言ってやる。あれは替えの利かない代物だ。生態的な謎だらけのエネルギー源だぞ。
分かっている。私も今この状況でそんなことを言うつもりはない。
はあ？そうなのか？
ならば我々に行かせてほしい。
ええ。また私たちを信じてはいただけませんでしょうか。
異論はない。奴を最も知るのは君たちだからな。
ええ。私は何が聞こえたかを伝えたかっただけ。
それだけのことよ。よし、私も備えて救難信号を待つ。用心してくれ、鳥の隊。
再びあのゾシアと関わることになるなんて。改めて万全の備えで臨みましょう。
ああ、準備ができたらまた声をかける。
はい、お願いします。
Damn.
ハンターよ、吉報だ。ガヌシの手にて訪れたるネイセイ。祈りの場への道を開きけり。
恐れ入ります。祈りの場とは。
それは古より伝わる祈りの歌を捧ぐる場。竜都が滅んでより長らく立ち入ることかなわず。だがこたびワヌシのおかげで再建と相なった。耳の方とワヌシの同胞との協議により、今後は交流の場としても使われよう。祈りの場は峰の裏門より通ずる道がある。ぜひ参られよ。
Okay. The Grand Hub. Here we go, boys. Holy shit. We literally didn't think we'd be getting this until the expansion. This is fucking insane. True. Arena quests. Nice. Don't know why I can't do that. But, what's this guy? That's Olma. Where's Mitsune? I want to do Mitsune.
これではなく別メガネを落としてしまったんです。作は名工ジェマ。アズズ石種族の助けを借りて掘り出された素敵素材による伸びやかな赤き死体、清らかなる水のごとき強玉、過ちて伝部の下に敷いた際にも砕けぬ強き心、後世に語り継がれる一品です。このままでは1000年後、時の遺物としてあのメガネを資料館に展示してもらうという私の野望も立ち消えに。
なるほど。メガネを落としたのはどのあたりだろうか。
はい、火の森での調査中と思われます。そういえば周囲にモリバーがいましたね。
Oh, they stole your glasses.
モリバーを探そう。何かわかるかもしれない。
True. I just have to go there on an expedition. I'm confused. it says, oh.
では流島に向かいましょうか。それとも別のクエストを確認しますか。ええ。
Okay, so let's go to the Scarlet Forest. The Woodwood Hideout. Because this has to be the Mitsusune quest. If the other one's Oshia, this is Mitsusune. How do I get up there? Okay, I just kind of want to run in a circle. Okay, I have no idea how to get up there. Looks like you might be, like you could kind of go up there, but I don't think so.
気にかかるターゲット候補がいました。よろしければマップからご確認ください。
How do I get there? There's nowhere else on the map. Wait, it shows from here? No, this just goes... There's like no way, like, up, right? That's it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to get up there. There's gotta be a way to get up there. Maybe with a sling? Maybe there's a staircase? Yeah, I don't know. How the f do you get up there? Wait, can I climb this? Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. Cool. Okay, apparently they didn't have anything to do with her quest. The hell do I find a woodwood? It's not showing anything on the map. Find a woodwood who's seen Alma's glasses. You'd think it'd be a quest marker, right? Apple over eye. It's not very. That's not very helpful. Looking for your damn glasses, Alma. I don't think anyone's seen them. What happens if I do this? Because sometimes the things are glitched. It's not showing me an arrow. The only place it's showing me to go is here to do Zoshia. So, I don't know. That's weird. Fuck it, I guess we're doing Zoshia. It is what it is. Let's go. Let's fucking do it. Jesus. That's crazy.
また成し遂げてくれると信じています。くれぐれもお気をつけて。
あの相手にどう立ち回りましょうか。やはり以前とはどこか違う。慎重に行くぞ。
君と共に危ない避けろ。
Looks like a combination between Arkfeld and Gormagala. Man, when hunger calls, you just gotta eat. No matter when, no matter where, when it calls, it needs to be satisfied. Damn, Inferno face. Inferno! Ooh, I almost got hit by that. Ooh! Even with the Divine Blessing proc, it still killed me. Holy fuck. Jesus. This thing is insane. Oh shit. I think that's what killed me last time, I'm not quite sure. Let's not get caught in the middle of that. Ooh, the damage is real. Shit. Woo! Okay. Abu Nai! They say Abu Nai! They mean Abu Nai! Fucking dangerous! Not good. Yeah, I'm dead. Oh my god. That was crazy. Nice, good job. Oh shit, he's angry. He's not happy with us, guys. Don't think that's his happy sound. Ooh, shit, 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 shit. that still hit me. I should have rolled. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Why is it still coming for me? What the fuck? Did you see that shit? It was just following me. This guy's fucking scary, guys. He's doing like some ultra super fucking move. What the fuck? Now there's just fucking broken branches and shit falling from the roof as well? Jesus, this fight is insane. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, fuck. Woo! It narrowly missed me. I need to be super careful. This is our last death. Fuck. Well, kind of figured that was gonna happen. But, we're gonna have to call it there. Unfortunately. But, we did good today, guys. We got through some shit, right? Didn't know it was coming out today. Probably wouldn't. But, I mean, we had to do all three of those things, so it really didn't matter. So, fuck it. It is what it is, right? But remember, can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, let's find someone to raid, boys. And we will be back tomorrow. Same time, same shit. As always. Is Rowan still on? It doesn't look like it.